Alright, let's go. We'll just keep reading till we finish. Let us continue where we left off. That doesn't look quite right. Let me just do a little adjusting of that. There, that should be better. I wonder how much time had passed since I laid down. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. At that moment, the phone downstairs rang. It was probably Mom. Mom was quite the worrywart. Like me. Maybe she had called many times, but I just didn't notice it. Hello, this is the Maibara residence. Oh, he's alive. Hello. This is Mion. How are you doing? Is this one of Keiichi's friends? Keiichi's resting right now, but... Shall I put him on? Huh? Is this his dad? Sorry. Ha 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 ha. Idiot. You fell for it. Huh? Kei-chan! After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except I was suspicious of her, even as we were laughing. Is everybody really involved in the incidences? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me. I'm relieved you seem well. Rena was really worried, you know? Satoko-chan was happy and said you got what you deserved. Oh, hi, Teddy. I will do all the things. Hi! Yay. Glad to see you. But yes, that was the posture check. Ugh, stretch. And a hydrate. I'll be doing that a lot because I'm going to be doing a lot of reading. Satoko-chan was happy and said you got what you deserved. How unfortunate he's sick. Looks like everybody was making a big deal out of it. Well, you know, Soke-chan, it's now about time to come pay you a visit. A visit? No, it's okay. It's not like I'm dying. Yet. My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see. I was told to share them. So I'll bring you some. Hey now, you'll catch my cold. Not to worry, both Rana and I are too stupid to catch a cold. See you! Be there in a bit. She hung up cheerfully. Rena's coming too? That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Rena, but I guess if she was with Mion... What could possibly go wrong? I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later. How are you feeling? Did you take your medicine and rest? I did just that. Thank goodness. You look well. I was worried. Sorry, I'll be fine by tomorrow. Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who was recovering, and Rena looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. Didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions. I thought we might hang out for a bit, but it looks like you're not quite in the condition for it. You don't say. It seemed my face appeared a bit sullen. Then here, Keiichi-kun. These are the mochi Michan's grandma made. Rena held out a package wrapped in newspaper. There might be about 5 in here. It's quite hefty. Thanks. Send my regards to your grandma, Mion. Yep. there's one that I made in there as well. I wonder if Keiichi-kun can guess which one. This is Kei-chan's homework since he missed the club meeting today. There are letters on each mochi, so I'll ask you tomorrow. Are you checking just if I was feeling better, or did you just come here for club activities? Yep, looking fine. Guess you'll be able to make it tomorrow. Man, what are you going to do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans? Nii-chan, we shouldn't be making such a racket. Let's go. The other people here will get angry. Both of them thought my parents were home. It was because the entryway was a mess. You're right, let's get going. By the way, Kei-chan. Yeah? What did you eat for lunch? The sudden question startled me, and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I'd never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. But why is she asking me what I ate for lunch? What she said was so inane, it was almost meaningless. The way she said it was almost like she didn't even care about it at all what I ate. I ate out. She must have suspected that I was with Oishi-san. Anyway, it felt as if I hesitated or tried to change the subject. Then they'd read too deep into it, so I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to the efforts I had made, there was a pause before they replied. So you ate out? For lunch, Keiichi-kun? The glimmer from Rena's eye has changed at some point as well. They were now sharp, as if to make me feel the feigned ignorance behind her words even more. As if she already knew. That's how it looked to me. Well, was it good? Why are you asking me this? Mion was speaking in an unusually low tone. Almost as if she knew I had eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There was no way they could have known where I was. Seems you were with a rather austere-looking older guy. Who was he? Flop. The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale. Hi, Polaris! How you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Oh? Keiichi-kun? Who was he? Could it be the person from before, I wonder? I wonder. I could feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything. How did you know that? I did everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. My knees were shaking. Because there's nothing this old man doesn't know. Yay, just chilling. Mion sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on forever. So, Kei-chan, what did you talk about? Seems like you got pretty worked up over it, too. We weren't talking about you guys, Keiichi. Didn't have anything to do with you or Rena. Isn't it a bit strange to hear our names come up, even though nobody asked about that? Rena's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much it felt like I was going to explode. Well, whatever you're trying to hide, whatever you're trying to hide, this old man already sees through all of it. Remember that. I couldn't even shake my head. Did everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly. Keiichi-kun, you don't look so good. I think you should lie down. it's true. We should both head back home. As if nothing had happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out. I hadn't moved a muscle since I dropped the package of mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was about closed, it opened again, with a sudden creak, sending my heart racing once again. A single eye peered through that narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again. See you, Kei-chan. Yeah. I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow, right? Thud. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle, even after their low laughter died off from the distance, and silence once again enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. They knew what Oishi-san and I had talked about. Why? How? No, that wasn't important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard from the beginning when Oishi-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked with Oishi-san about one thing. They were warning me that it was unnecessary, or that was unnecessary. What was it that Oishi-san talked to me about? The incidents involving Oyashiro-sama's curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but were connected as a whole. As well as the fact that there may be multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamizawa. No, more precisely, that Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. Is that what they were warning me against? What kind of nonsense am I thinking about? Hit my own face hard enough to let out a loud slap. If only that would wake me from this nightmare, but for some reason, it felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughably painless. Work on your grip. Calm down, Keiichi Maribara. When did I become such a pessimist? Calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Oishi-san was probably because somebody from Hinamizawa just happened to be there at the time. They must have told Mion that I was there. That made the most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? They were just curious since I was out together with someone not from Hinamizawa. It's not as if they had any ulterior motives. That's it. That has to be it. Thinking about it that way, it was the same with Rena. I was just being strangely ambiguous about where I met Oishi-san, and Rena was just correcting me on that. That's when I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual mild-mannered Rena, and just startled by it. It's the most natural way of thinking about it. Felt like my mind was mixed up like a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you'd squeezed my head. That's blood. Thinking that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Keiichi, are you okay? It's a beep boop! Hi, beep boop! Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. Didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think that they're a good bunch of people. When I just moved here and I couldn't make heads or tails of anything, they were really kind to me. Rena was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was pretty cute. Anna was also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender, and was optimistic and outgoing. I was never bored when I was with her. And talking of not getting bored, rambunctious Satoko was a good person for that, too. She was pretty bratty, but that was just the way she interacted with others. Rika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always silent. They're my friends. But after hearing the better untold secrets of Hinamizawa from Oishi-san and Tomitake-san, when I was told about Yashiro-sama's curse, things started going crazy. Then hearing from Oishi-san that Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. After that, everyone changed. That's right. It all started getting weird after Oishi-san told me all that strange stuff. At that time, I really should have not just listened to those weird stories. And I even shouldn't have heard about the past incidents from Tomitake-san the night of the Watanagashi. If I'd just gotten that strange sense of curiosity, if I just hadn't... That's right. So that's why they... Tomitake-san. That impudent outsider speaking to the likes of me after everybody went out of their way to keep a secret from me. They probably... Oishi-san as well. Or they'll. They're trying to unearth what everybody was warning me about. Better left buried. Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course, like that. A guy like that is going to be... Well, Tomitake-san and Oishi-san were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who couldn't coexist with the people of Hinamizawa. Those guys should just fall to Yashiro-sama's curse and just... It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. 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 I settled into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling, like I hadn't gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I don't think you're fine now. I was no longer frightened. Hi, Weedy. Thanks for the work. Or the lurk. Be back later. Words. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain. We'll greet everyone. I'll take part in club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them after all. Ah, that reminds me. I need to eat those mochi. I hope I'm able to tell which one Rena made. I remember the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our club delivery, that was something else. Picked up the package I dropped on the floor and headed into the living room. Would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it. Fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh. This was quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plump red bean paste mochi fit snugly inside. Red bean. There were letters written on them from left to right on the newspaper. A, B, C, D, and E. Now then. They said Reina made one of these. I wonder which one. Wasn't much difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Rena's had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi that was... Oh, thank you for the resub, Belle. Very much appreciated. Welcome in. Let's see. Could tell which one stood out. Looks like this challenge depended on whether or not this one is Rana's. Calm down and think even harder. Mion said that her grandma made a ton of them and was told to give some out if I remembered correctly. So that meant 4 of these were from a large batch. Then what about Rana? She probably only made 1, so she probably spent quite a bit of time on it. Meaning, the one that Rana had made was this one, E. For a moment, I thought it might have been a trap Mion laid. She knew I'd pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it, but since she said Rana made it, it probably wasn't a trap. Alright, my tea is ready too. I'll start with the defending champ, Mion's grandma. Let's see. Not bad. The smooth bean paste and the soft, chewy texture left little to be desired. Stop making me want mochi. The tea I drank afterwards also accentuated the experience. This was an exquisite piece of work. Now, how about Rana's? The creation was so delicate, one would think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion. But well, first, a bite. This was quite a difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was little difference in flavor. What was different now was how it was shaped at the end. That was to be expected. So the deciding factors would be presentation and volume. They were well-formed and well-sized. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Rana, the challenger, with a size you couldn't just get enough of. I'd only had a bite of Rana's. I would probably have to wait until after I was done eating to make my decision. Maybe there was something hidden inside that could cause an upset. Choo-choo. Seems my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. Didn't feel like something edible, so I reached with my fingers and grabbed it. What? What is this? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Don't waste mochi! And after sticking for a moment, it slid down to the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? And had gone out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such a vile act, and then I remembered what I had taken out of my mouth. Incoming, y'all. At first I thought it was a hair. Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Rena's hair was still quite long. And it wasn't this short. Well, it was also a bit too hard to be a hair. It was thick enough to roll around on my tongue. Was a bit of a metallic sheen on the end of it. Yes, there's a hole where the thread goes through, like it was a sewing needle. Yes, that's right. It looked very much like a sewing needle. Exactly like one. The end was pointed as well. Quite sharply. It really did look just like a sewing needle. Huh? What did I mean by looked very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer. But a voice inside me already knew. And let me know by chattering my molars together. And stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly I tasted something metallic and felt a prickling pain at the back of my throat. I stuck the finger in the back of my mouth and felt around to see if I was bleeding. Suddenly I felt the urge to vomit. Sharp taste of bile irritated by the back of my throat. Irritated the back of my throat. Clasped both hands over my mouth, and after writhing in agony, I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. Finally able to breathe normal again, but this time my heart was intensely throbbing. Then it finally registered. Exactly what was mixed in with the mochi? Before I could think the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Sport. I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. The geometrical patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly evoked a terrible omen in my mind. Don't waste mochi! After looking away, I dashed out the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I stayed under my covers until morning. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly with a mix of fear, agony, sadness, and frustration. This wasn't a threat or a warning or a reminder. Nothing as simple as that. What had happened in Hinamizawa? What was happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of these questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Rena and Mion and the others considered me an enemy. And they thought I should just die. I won't let you kill me. Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep as I was crushed by my own negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless marsh. So, Keiichi's having a normal one. Well, that sure is a tip. We're gonna view up. Yeah. What's a drug that makes you commit suicide? Content warning again. Let's cut to the chase. Is there a drug that causes someone to kill themselves? Not directly, no. It's quite a roundabout response. You're saying there's one that does it indirectly? Something that puts you in a suicidal mental state, like that? That's hard to say. What would that mental state be? Like a person with a serious bipolar disorder? This is just great. Good medical knowledge, Higurashi. People from swinging from depression to mania. Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. Prolonged state of depression, passive depressed state accompanied by various active manic states, low self-esteem, pessimistic, but rarely do not have the willpower, nor does mania on its own lead to that. Has an opposite effect, filling the person with confidence, making as well as they're walking on air. Thus, they do not. That's interesting. Thank you for the resub, Weedy. Alright. Condition changes. There's a desire, da 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 da. This is getting heavy, y'all. Gain the willpower. That's not how that works. Don't think so. Yep, nope. 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 Yes, there are even some texts that I will not read, because I'm sure that this was semi-accurate at the time, but medical knowledge changes. Da da da. Yeah, I'm just like, they're just hypothesizing. And I'm just like, is this relevant to the plot? No. I mean, it is in that it's trying to be like, well, this could be why, or this could be why, but, yes, this is why you ask your doctors. But I think Irie probably has way too much on his plate. Da-da-da, drug use. Oh my goodness, look at the time! Yeah, let's end this conversation. Good luck, best wishes, best wishes. We totally didn't have a really in-depth conversation about all of that. Alright. Threat. Those guys just now. They had national diet badges. Then it's prefectural assembly member and the city councilor Sonozaki. That's interesting. The prefectural assembly member and city councilor are related. Sturdy is what it is. Shouting out each other's names during elections. While one is up for election and the other holds an assembly, and they double up their campaign activities. Blatantly. I don't know much about this stuff, but isn't that against the rules of the election? As long as they have no prior, consultation, there are no restrictions on their political activities. Kuma-chan, the investigation division is going to be pretty tough for you. You should at least brush up on election policies. I'm not suited for the intelligence division. Because I'm dumb. Sir! There was a prefectural assembly member, Sonozaki, and city councilor, Sonozaki. Also, the mayor of Hinamizawa. All of them are involved with the Sonozaki family. What crap. Looks like they were seen off by the department chief and the deputy chief. It came to me. That night, when the chief invited me along to get some Odin, I thought that was it. You have a lot of connections, so you might have heard something. Did you? Nope. Not a thing. Ma'am, I'll take the tofu fritter and fish cake. The counselor barked at me in the police chief's stead. Oh my, is that so? Ma'am, I'll take another bowl. Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. Our snot-nosed career police chief couldn't even handle being yelled at by them. They're like Yakuza. Boy, howdy. A petition with your name came up regarding how the investigation of the Hinamizawa incident is being handled. Goodness, me? I'm not the faintest. No need to play dumb. You're reopening the past cases regarding Hinamizawa, aren't you? I've already got my hands full with Tomotaka's death, actually. Nyeh. Really? If that's true, then there's no problem. There was a period of silence. While we were silent, we made headway on our food and drink. Phew, that was quite the feast. This month has been a bunch of losses for me, so my wallet was feeling the pinch. Much appreciated. Nah, it's nothing. Tell me a good horse again. I'll bet on the same one as you. I've been doing well there lately. Haven't been able to read the horses. I haven't been doing well there lately. Haven't been able to read the horses at all. Taxi! I'm going by train. Police chief is taking a taxi. I have my own car, but it'd be rash to drive it home. Blow it right before the retirement with a DUI. even though he could still rattle off. It looked like his legs were already goo. Pushing him into the cab, I gave the driver the police chief's address. Well, see you again tomorrow. Happy New Year. Oishi-san. Yeah. Past incidents have all been closed. Stop lumping them all together. Those villagers half believe it's really a curse. Well, I'm not convinced. You're going to be retiring next year, aren't you? Weren't you going to pay off your mortgage with your pension and move up to Hokkaido with your mom? Mother pines to return to the land of her birth. It's the least I can do. And the pension, it'll let me enjoy myself in Zuzukino. Nyahaha. Police chief may issue special retirement salary raise, he says. A public servant's pension is calculated based on their monthly salary. So if you were to get a raise right before retirement, your bonus, to your salary, would be inflated. And you get a heavy surplus of funds. That tends to be how it's done around here. Of course, it's not a custom that's thought highly of. The difference between bonus and pension is quite a bit different. I'd expect nothing less exemplary from our egghead chief. But well, they say our salary is compensation for our hard work, but in the end, it really does just have to do with the passage of time. Okie dokie. Do the monster check. And a sip. Which I was gonna do after we finish this tip, but I'll do it again. You found the new redeem. Passage of time. It's not something I can laugh at, but I'll laugh through it anyway. I don't think it's anything exemplary. Given how hard you work, it's not that odd that you're getting that much of a pension. I'd like to get that much myself. If I can get it, well, of course I'd want it. Nyahaha. You'll get it. You're an adult after all. Sorry for holding you up here, driver. Thank you very much. I closed the door roughly, interrupting the chief's conversation a bit rudely. It looked like the chief had something to say, but he smiled, wryly and waved. I waved in return. The cab sped up gradually and soon disappeared among the sea of lights. Nyahaha. Oh man. Wonder if I really can repay that loan. Welp. We'll do a little save. Yep, end of chapter 9. Let's continue. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence, as whomever they belonged to were ascertaining if I was inside. Of all the things I should have been doing, I continued with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please, just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? If they came into my room right now, then... Ugh! Ugh! I sprung to my feet and threw the covers at my mom, who was opening the door. Wow! Keiichi! What's the matter? Sorry. I was still half asleep. I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m. The morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday, I must have fallen asleep right after that. Then I should have gotten a full 10 hours of rest. But I didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up and my sense of balance fell off. I felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well. Well, Keiichi, how are you feeling? Can you make it to school? I was well enough to go, but I wasn't mentally prepared for it. I was still plagued with the terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? What if it had pierced my tongue? There was undoubtedly a murderous intent, but I don't think that was all that it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there were other, more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such dubious methods as having me swallow a needle. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat from Rana and Mion. Aren't you glad you didn't die? But next time, we'll use a more assured method. Like that. Something like sending a letter with a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this. Did you make it to the hospital? Did you take your medicine? Yeah, kinda. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill. It'll be hard for you to get back on track once your daily routine's thrown off. Come on, get up. They say wellness is a state of mind. Mother, please. I'd heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone. Come on, go wash your face. Breakfast is already ready. There isn't much time before Rana-chan comes to get you. Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue with it, so I had to give up on skipping a second day. By the way, were you the one who got the bean paste all over the living room wall, Keiichi? You shouldn't do something like that. Your father was quite angry. I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a retaliation or reaction. Also, Mom didn't question any further about it. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. What Mion said as she left yesterday. I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow. Came back and dwelled in the back of my head. What did she mean by that? I didn't even really have to think about it. She was saying, "Don't be absent." Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I should just go on living my life as if nothing had happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, would probably result in them making their move. For example, maybe I shouldn't pay attention to someone like Oishi-san enticing me with something unusual. Meaning, if I didn't watch my mouth or did anything differently from the norm, in effect, I would end up flagging myself as someone who was not wanted. And it seems that there was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So, if I went along just as normal, no harm would come to me. Is that how it was going to be? All that misery I experienced up until yesterday would almost creepily just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard up these past few days, I'd be able to keep on living like normal. There's no way such a selfish thing could. I swallowed hard, once again, liberated on the idea I just rejected. Mion was probably a good person, who had her friends at heart. She was giving me, who had mistakenly broken some rule of theirs, a chance. Is what I did really something so unforgivable? But Mion had given me another chance. She was saying, if I just forget everything and kept on living like I had been, I'd be forgiven. Keiichi, your food is going to get cold. Hurry up and get down here. Rena will be here if you don't hurry. I'm coming. Crammed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. I picked up my somewhat bland breakfast. It seemed like I didn't have much time. I was already past when I usually met up with Rana. Given yesterday's events, She'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes. Needed to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that happened in the past few days. Forget it all and return to my normal life. This to be normal. How to be where I normally meet up with Rana. Today of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. Ding dong! I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks. That chime signaled that Rana had arrived. Mom hurried me along. Come on, Rana-chan's already here. Hurry! My mother merrily smiled, and my gloomy face were polar opposites. My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Rena, who had been waiting there on the other side of the door. The Rena on the other side. Was it the Rena I knew? Couldn't keep her waiting. Needed to do things as usual. Morning! An invigorating greeting filtered from across the doorway. Came since Keiichi-kun was a bit late. Will he be okay today, I wonder? The manner in which Rena was concerned was, without a doubt, the Rena I knew. But that was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday. Pretend as though nothing had happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened in the following years. Forget about the people falling to their death, the terminal illness and suicide, and lynching, and the disappearances. Forget it. Forget all of it. Forget that Rena and Mion were scary. Of course. Forget it all. This is healthy! Forget about everyone. Forget about the mochi too. Forget. Rena once again asked to make sure. Can you make it to school? Yeah, I'm fine. Great! Then let's go. Mi-chan is waiting. Rena showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. But you see, Satoko-chan was so insistent she could do it. As we were walking, Rena talked about a lot of different stuff, more so than usual. Then? Satoko-chan is so clumsy, so she failed no matter how many times she tried. Oh, she was so cute. Everything Rena talked about was just silly nonsense, so I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. We passed one of our neighbors, and they called out to us. Oh my, Keiichi-chan and Rena-chan, aren't you two a bit late today? Mion-chan said she was going on ahead. Oh no! Did Mi-chan look mad, I wonder? We need to hurry up, Keiichi-kun. As we smiled and parted ways with our neighbor, they turned back towards me and stuck out a tongue. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile. Keiichi-kun smiled. What? Rena stopped and stared at me. I was thinking you still hadn't recovered from your cold since you seemed down this morning, Keiichi-kun, but you seem fine now. Fine. With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Keiichi Maribara. How could you still doubt Rena after she showed you a smile like that? Maybe I just had a high fever up until today, and I'd imagined everything that happened because I was bedridden and delirious. I really hoped that was the case. God would grant me just one wish. There's only one thing I'd wish for. I would want what had happened in the past few days. More specifically, from the night of the Onikakushi up until last night. I wanted all of that to have never happened. You want to be at a normal visual novel. I wonder how many times I'd wished for that these past few days. As long as Rena kept on smiling like this, I think it might just become reality. So I wanted Rena to keep on smiling. So, Keiichi-kun? Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all? The vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Rena's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle, as usual. "Was mochi yesterday. Did you eat them all?" Of course she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Rena was asking, "Did you get the message?" She was probably trying to convey that. "Ichi-kun?" I was reluctant to give an answer. Rena stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. "Ah, don't hesitate, Keiichi Marabara." Rena was acting the same as she always was, wasn't she? I needed to respond in my usual way. Naturally, of course. Naturally. Both my throat and my mouth had gone dry, and my lips were stuck together. Bring an answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly. Yeah? Rena playfully mimicked what I had said when I finally squeaked something out. Rena's reaction was still normal. It seemed that there wasn't as long a pause as I had thought. Somehow, I finally squeaked out the rest. Delicious! However, my strained effort neither solely nor brightened Rena's expression. For a moment I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Rena broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well. "I see. So did you eat all of them, I wonder? I wonder." My timid smile froze again. "Did you make it without swallowing the needle?" Was that what she was asking? If I had swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here. No, I couldn't finish all of them. There's still some left. Scared out of my wits, but that's how I played it. Aww. What about the homework to see if you could tell which one Rana made? That homework. Was it due today? Yeah, it's due today. Michan will get angry. There's probably a penalty game ready for you. We both laughed at each other again. Casual observer, it was just a typical morning. I could just let myself believe. Then I'd think even it was the usual morning routine. Oh, you wait. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. Something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of the giggling Rena. Lies! I recalled that unexpected, piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Rena's mouth. The moment of that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickling down my back. Was it only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Rena? No, that was wrong. This was still Rena, like Shi-san told me, didn't he? Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryuga-san moved away to Hinamazawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all of the windows. Rena had a disorder that normal people didn't. Again with the medical text! No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact would not change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. If it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. She broke all the windows throughout her school. Just imagining going through your own school, breaking the windows with a bat. Swinging full force at each pane of glass, one after another, paying no heed to the flying shards. Classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. I wonder if she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. Yeah. Walk, lined up, smash, lined up, walk. Difficult for me not to connect the horrifying image with the Rana smiling at me right now. But I just imagined it, complete with glass-shattering background noises. Possible, because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant piercing sound of shattered glass. The crunching noises of Rena treads across the broken shards, walking towards me. And his classmates going pale as they forget to even breathe. Keiichi, you're not having a normal one. I wonder what they did as Rena came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagely? Her savagery. Did they run into the staff room after being directed there by a teacher? Probably none of those. In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Rena busting window after window, undoubtedly, all they could do was silently clear a path for her. Hi, Moostress! Yeah, nope, it is just glass-shattering type 1. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Rena to continue. Yeah, it's just that one MP3. We're dealing with it. It was far too violent an act for them to seek refuge by looking the other way. That's not to say they were looking the other way. They were doing the only thing they could do to protect themselves. They'd done something differently from the rest. They may have suddenly found themselves Rena's new target. What would Rena have done to whoever attracted her attention? Thank you, Lee! Good timing! Good timing on the Titanic flute. I'm impressed. The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acting according to her whims. Meaning they would. I would be the next window. Rena staring into my eyes, shards of grass crunching and cracking underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Yeah, no, the timing was perfect. Then Rena struck me with the bat over and over again, like I was one of those windows. I crouched down on the floor, desperately protecting my head. And I didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Jealously, she hits me again and again. Yep, smack MP3 go burr. It's gonna go burr later, too. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Her expression was so indifferent, it was completely unnerving. Because no matter how many times she struck me, I didn't make a pleasant sound as the other windows. As pleasant a sound as the other windows. Yep, Keiichi is having a normal one. She struck me continuously, over and over again. Sound Rena wanted didn't come out. Classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Somebody save me. Turning a blind eye unless we're hanging out. Of course, everyone in the class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. And gained nothing from saving a cramstool tryhard like me. Well, eventually there would be a faint sound similar to when you crack open a walnut. Some sort of reddish back splay would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Rena momentarily lost herself in anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recalled what Oishi-san told me. In the counselor's medical report, He recorded all of the conversations he'd had with Rana-san. Shows up quite a bit after that. What does? He mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. Following that, Rena was suspended and had her regular examinations at the hospital. Then, as Rena was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama. Seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost appearing in her house every night, standing over her pillow, looking down at her. It was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture. But it was by no means a happy little conversation. You think? Then what Rana did was she was saying that ghastly incident was the result of her being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? Until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. That was why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Oishi-san, I was more certain that the deaths were the work of men and not of some curse. Except, if it was people perpetuating the incidents. Hi, Soul! Thank you for the hugs, I hug you back. Perpetuating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. I refused to believe that the curse was real. Then I would have to believe those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved in the incidences. Why? How? For what reason? Was Rana? Was everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting it was just Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the aftermath, Rana had admitted to her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. So that's how it was. It wasn't a second side to Rana. She did that because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro-sama. It wasn't Rana's fault. Oyashiro-sama was the one to blame. I know, or I knew. This was all backwards. Refusing to believe that there was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the one under suspicion, I changed my beliefs, for my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse was to blame. Which was a better choice? Accepting that Oyashiro-sama's curse existed? Or that Rena and the rest of them were deeply involved in a string of mysterious deaths? I didn't want to think about it. If I did just think about it, I'd be able to continue the same as always. I wanted to believe that. But that was no longer possible. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend to the meaning of my own convenience. Meh. Regardless of my opponent being a human or a curse, I won't let it kill me. As if I would bend over and give in. For no good reason at all. Ken? You're making a really weird face. Why? I wonder. Inhaling sharply upon hearing Rena's voice, I came back to my senses. It's probably been like 4 hours. Before I had realized it, we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exorcised all those terrifying thoughts. No matter how you look at it, there's no way Rana could have done such terrible things. It was like I was trying to placate myself. Meanwhile, at school, as the door slid open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped on my head the moment I stepped into the classroom. Chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony. Ho 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 ho! How befitting for the truant Keiichi-san. Good morning to both of you, Keiichi and Rena. Good morning, Satoko-chan, Rika-chan. Not quite in the mood for it. I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Excuse me while I drink. Boko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently. What's this? How discouraging indeed. Peach doesn't seem back to his usual self yet. Yeah, take it easy on him for today, okay? Suddenly there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit. Hey, Kei-chan, did you get enough rest? It was Mion. My mind was full with the stuff about Reina, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember, Keiichi, that hawkish gauge from yesterday? Yeah, morning. What's with that unenergetic greeting? Did you eat the mochi I brought you? Because I ate them. I'm like this. Those words were itching to be blurted out. I really just didn't have an appetite. I ate a few, but quite a lot were left over. Huh? What about the homework? Did you have an answer for which one was Rana's? Can't believe you'd forget your homework, Ichikun. Ha. Sheesh, then we can't help it. Time for your penalty. Hee. Pushing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. There was nothing from our exchange that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. But of course, anyone listening to our conversation up until this morning didn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Marabara. No one would ever suspect them. That fact terrified me. Soon the teacher came. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. Do we believe this? No. This re-study period was convenient time to consider where I stood. Gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous the situation I was in. I'd fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi-san multiple times, I could see that I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. Warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understating things. Probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time. So they had a method of completely erasing me. They were just biding their time. Even though they kept me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation of my desks made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using this seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Damn. I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily. Never. But they were really trying to kill me? I had these contradictory feelings for a while now, even though I suspected them. I felt I had to cover for them. All their suspicious behavior, a warning like this just made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I wanted to believe. Doubting my friends, covering for them. My life was in danger. Was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, these points were something that I should have deliberated on a long time ago. Really, Rena and the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me? The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable train of thought. Don't listen to the brain gremlins, they're mean. Are you an idiot, Keiichi Marabara? The answer should be obvious. But maybe the sewing needle might have just been an accident, right? How could you screw up and drop a sewing needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of doubt can only go so far. Both Rena and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously, but maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. Kind of misunderstanding. It wasn't just suspicious. It was outright ludicrous, right? And it just corrected me for lying. And me only asked me about what I had for lunch. I was standing outside the door, eavesdropping for a good hour, you know. She was probably just waiting for my phone call to end. For a whole hour outside your room, and it was normal to go home after without saying anything? You heard from Moishi-san, didn't you? About what Rana did at her former school? Okay, I have one moose. How shall I refer to you, other moose? It's good to see you. Thank you for the follow. Hello. Let's see. Do you want to be S-Moose? Or what would you prefer? Alright, you will not fight the other moose. Okay, who wants to be Moose 1 and Moose 2? No, we'll figure this out. But you're both lovely meese. We're going with meese. But at the hospital, she said it was Oyashiro-sama. She... Put it out, Keiichi Marabara. Don't you realize they're out to kill you? Thank you, Soul. That sure was a poem. That good effort. Hello, or other... Moose the second. Oh no, we're starting the cute train. Oh no. Thank you, Edie. I've got people calling me cute and a couple mooses fighting for dominance. This is a fun stream. Get it out, Keiichi Marabara. Don't you realize that they're out to kill you? I inadvertently blurted out those words out loud. Good job. Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterwards, I had to look around to see if anyone else had heard it. My little soliloquy cut a little too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Ren and the others, part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. Have fun and don't hurt each other, okay? This late in the game, such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student. A man living his normal, ordinary life. You think I could suddenly believe that my friends who I had been happily laughing together with up until last Sunday now intended to kill me, right? You're too soft, Keiichi. This time I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. Having a normal one. There was one thing I now understood. I was too soft. Didn't completely understand how dangerous Rana and the rest of them were. No, I was trying to understand. Or I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Oishi-san when he said he earnestly showed me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. Didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I needed to get rid of such a naive thought. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell signaling the end of class. So soon, the day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. You just zoned throughout the day. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Oh no! Official moose wrestling match, let's go! In my chat! Not long ago, I would have probably happily jumped into that circle. My, Keiichi-san. How rude of you to even be thinking about leaving. No, it's fine. As long as both of the mooses are all good and nobody's hurt, feelings or otherwise, we're good to go. The way Satoko spoke so typically and familiar, it almost physically hurt. Aw, Keiichi-kun, is today not a good day, I wonder? We're going to win big together. Oh. Seeing Rena's expression, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey, Keiichi, maybe Oishi-san was just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from the others by lying to me? Slap. Trying to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face. Keiichi-kun? Yeah. Was Rena really trying to kill me? I wish someone would tell me that it was a hoax. I didn't care if it actually was or not. I just wanted someone to say that it was. Yet another weak-willed thought. Did I ever become this naive? Are you alright? Does your head hurt? Apparently that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Rena. Pale! Can you make it home by yourself? Maybe I should accompany you home, I wonder. No, it's okay, sorry. I can get home by myself. Just have the meeting without me. On hearing that I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily. Kei-chan was so bent on a revenge match, we were even going to play that deduction game from before, too. Ichi-san doesn't have the burning desire for a rematch? How pathetic! Wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hands perched itself gently on my head. Ichi doesn't seem to be well. How very unfortunate. It was Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. Felt so nice, which made things even harder. Sorry, everybody. See you. That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind. Took out my shoes, put them on, went forward. Right in the heart, Keiichi Maribara. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move. But I couldn't hate them. Because weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivete, while another part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. The word of this sentence is lamented. I felt like my consciousness was being ripped out of my body. This was what Oyashiro-sama's curse was like. And it was just too harsh. Hey, Oyashiro-sama? Was I wrong for not believing in your curse? But I believe in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist. So, seriously, give me a break. I beg you, come on. Dinner was unusually bland. It had no flavor or aroma. Miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead tasted like nothing but boiled water. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Since my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant he had just reached a good point or was taking a break, or he was in a slump. So yeah, he just doesn't understand the motivation creators have. Your partnership was just a verbal agreement, wasn't it? It's so hard to agree on things, why not just end it? I feel like it's an industry with a lot of back scratching, but when it gets in the way of business... I wasn't able to pick out much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought process that had been going all day long. Friends close to me. No, they used to be friends, but I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted, I could depend on when push came to shove. They were something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the current hopeless situation I was in. I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents, who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to mind was to tell my parents everything. Currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand? Rena, for example. That neighborly Rena, who was so diligent in looking after me, came to get me every day, and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained it, it would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No, by informing of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims of the past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about it. The entire Mayabara family to have an accident just to vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was knowing that something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how do they know what I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. As long as my parents were here in this house, this house would be a safe haven for them. I knew these were just assumptions based on conjecture on top of conjecture. Wanting this house to be a safe haven, that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting my parents involved. Then the only person who could be my ally would be Oishi-san, him and him alone. Who thinks this is a good idea? He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was without a doubt passionate about solving this case. It's a bit frustrating. Oishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Meaning, it was all going according to his own devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then when the fish started gathering around, Oishi-san would pull in the big hall. Slightly infuriating, but even I thought that was the best course of action. So then, what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. I wasn't simply bait. There were a lot of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough to tag out to Oishi-san. No question it was going to be hard. Timing to bring Rishi-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa. Oh, you have an idea? So I found him in my moment of need. It would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. So I needed to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, I would set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something. Yes, okay, cheese barrier. Good plan. We're getting somewhere. I just have to hide out there till Oishi-san arrived. Okay, I can almost see it now. Still being chased around in the dark by a boogeyman, but now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Yes, the cheese barrier is very reassuring. Oh yeah. Would probably be best if I had a concealed weapon for when things got rough. Oh boy! Yes. Nice. Typically that would call for a switch, but Keiichi, no! But that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, it also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. Remember, there was a metal bat at school. I could be confident with that when push came to shove. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, then it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. Go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon might be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing. Insurance. It could be something like a note or a memo. I could write it down, everything that happened as a sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanished, the journal would be left behind. My journal in his possession, Oishi-san should be able to avenge my death. Avenge me! I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. Tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. On the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead. So I should only write down the facts. How should I start? Jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Keiichi Mayabara, am in fear of my life. It made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that I would be in that type of situation where I'd write it myself. I do not know why they are after my life. Rana and the others were suspicious of me, but I had no proof. And that's why I couldn't write anything anymore. I laughed wryly at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. The police even be able to get a hint from reading this enigmatic passage? I could only pray that they would. What I prayed for most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here, I laughed nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Is that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just delusional. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. Because again, this is a normal one. I just needed to add more as I learned more about the truth. I folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was the chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was too obscure of a location, then there was a risk of nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick my folded note into the back of it with Scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back on its normal position. Yeah, it didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I needed to set up such that if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it from the countless different angles until I was satisfied and made my way downstairs. My parents were still talking about work. Didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in. Sorry to interrupt. I have something I want to talk to you about. I'd never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled, stopped talking and turned towards me. What is it, Keiichi? I have a favor to ask of you. Please listen. Just in case, yeah? If it's not urgent, can we do this later? Right now, Mommy and Daddy have something urgent they're talking about. I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I stated my request. Just in case, okay? If I die... Both of my parents' eyes went wide as saucers. If I die, I want you to put the clock on my wall in my coffin. If they did that, then they'd probably find it. My memoir. Both of my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them. I made that clock in shop class, and I really like it. So please. What's the matter, Keiichi? Did something happen? Mom was finally able to ask me with a questioning gaze. Of course, this was the normal response when someone suddenly talked about the subject like this. I felt bad making them worry, but right now, I just wanted them to think about the clock in my room. With that awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back to my room. I wanted to get to school early tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Saying only that, I left the living room. I needed to get to school early tomorrow and secure that bat. I should make today the last day I went to school with Rana. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun was mine, and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing. Not feeling so hot. So yeah, I think I have a chapter or two left in the game. So we're just gonna keep going once we finish the tips. Ichi-kun's been feeling down lately. Maybe he's in a bad mood. I wonder. Yeah, good idea. I was gonna do that after the tips, but I'll do it now. Thank you. I wonder, maybe he's on his period. Mii-chan, that's gross. What do you think? Don't know. Could be that Kei-chan. Maybe. I don't know. That day, Kei-chan was in that car, talking to some tubby middle-aged guy, right? Yeah, no mistake. That Oishi, he probably fed him something fishy. He was so serious. Keiichi-kun's face was so pale. You see, you might not know this, but he's actually the messenger of Oyashiro-sama. Huh? What do you mean? Whenever he shows up, someone is demoned away. No lie. Oh? Is that so? The year before last, when Rika-chan's mom drowned, right? Right before that, she was visited by Oishi. Now that you mention it, it happened before Satoshi-kun transferred out. Transferred? You're so sweet, Rana. So that time he appeared before Keiichi-kun. So Keiichi-kun's going to be demoned away too? Empty silence hung in the air. and then it was suddenly interrupted by loud laughter. Alright, into chapter 10, so let's get on to chapter 11. This was the first time I'd ever woken up with such clarity. It's 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock, as am I usually, because I don't usually use an alarm. I'd made my preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so I couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with instant coca. Just as I was finishing up my breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber. Hi, Keiichi, you're up early. Is there some sort of school event? Not really. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat. You're leaving already? What about lunch? If you don't wait a bit, I can make it. Or don't wait a bit, I can't make it. If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Rena and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to go to school alone. I'll be fine for today. Then what will you do for lunch? I'll slip out and buy some bread or something at the store. Really? Then here's some lunch money. Be sure to bring me back the receipt. Took the 1,000-yen bill from my mom and slipped it into my pocket. Pretty early. Is Rena-chan up this early as well? No, just me. Did you tell Rena-chan that you're leaving early? I have no reason to tell her every little detail now, do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face. Tell Rena that I already went ahead when she comes. Hey, Keiichi, wait! It's not that I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. Couldn't help me. I could only hope that they didn't get involved. Safer that way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone. Until now, I'd always walked down the same path at the same time each day. So I was met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Rena wasn't in the spot where we would usually meet, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have usually met up with me on. The length of the 3 shadows in the morning air, and the brightness of the sun, was a completely different type of morning than what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion of Hinamizawa set up for me before it had enough time to prepare for all the props it needed to deceive me. Hi, Keiichi-kun. You're so early today. Is everyone meeting early this morning? The person who called out to me was someone we always passed by as we were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Her name was... I forget. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually passed each other. I woke up early today, so I thought it would be a good change of pace. That's all. I threw out a random excuse. What about Rena-chan and Mion-chan? Are you by yourself today? Well, yeah. I was being asked the same type of question my mom was asking. So I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Rena was each time I passed by someone. But maybe it was to be expected. For so long, we always walked together so amicably. Then I felt that I had let my guard down. We could still be Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. Spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep, 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 beep. Car horn blared up from out of nowhere. Even though I was walking lost in thought, that horn was way too close. The mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. Some plenty of cars veered to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. Felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder of the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. The blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. That large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painful cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, time itself had frozen. The silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van so close that there was no way I could dodge it, and my body... Yes! Let's see if Van-kun can get him! Awkwardly, in order to look behind me. There's no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause, and I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. Then my upper body towards the patio by the side of the road. Bent it far enough I'd get away, just being hit by this. Bleh. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. Side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top locked in the contorted position. Kersplash! Van-kun did not succeed! Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy patty by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched. But the choice I made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising up from the patty, I had enough time to glance over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Wait, damn it! This is what they call a hit and run, wasn't it? Couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wound. I slogged through the muddy patty and made my way back to the road. It's a crime, goddammit. Shit, I'll track you down and sue you! I go looking for a van. I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it had become so narrow that a car could barely fit. There wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but a car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other. Oh, whatever. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark clouds rolling up within me. This wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? I love you, ow! Any background noise? I mean, what? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right. As soon as I'd parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had a feeling the whole time that he wanted to pass me. There was no shortage of chances. Normally I wouldn't have felt suspicion and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought and was now kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. Then, when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. I had hesitated even for a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events sunk in.
Cheer 500 I have an announcement. I hereby confirm that Gin is super cute, and that blush she gets makes her even cuter and more beautiful than ever. Just hope it brings a smile to your lovely face, you hecking cutie.
Thank you. Why are you saying truth, my good sir? You all are too nice. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. And thank you for that announcement, I guess. You really are wonderful, all of you. No. Okay. Okay. There was no doubt about it. That Van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, vicious sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. Who's ready to say he's already in a panic, guys? There was still a possibility that it was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also, don't be so naive, Keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to be always on your toes. Don't give them any openings. My enemy was really out to kill me. The next time, they would use a more reliable method. That time came and I was acting like I was now. Being covered in mud was the price I had to pay for my own naivety. Covered in mud, but without injury. Not even a sprain. Guess this is what you call a silver lining. Began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Rana and the others up until now. No, it was because I had suspected them that I believed that there were no other enemies. Shizan had said so, didn't he? There was a possibility that that all the families of the villages wasn't. That's a sentence. Everybody's in on it. I was really mired so deeply in this situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual. Wouldn't it be safest just to hole myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everybody around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales Oishi-san told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onikakushi. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One mustn't interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemy were numerous. All the village families. The villagers and their unwavering faith the curse would do nothing to help me. The strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's curse. When I suspected it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No, what I really truly wanted to know was, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive. Just a normal walk to school. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently, but all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing that I could bring to the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. There was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. I felt that everybody's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. I think I came early. Nobody else was here yet. Wondered what I could find in the classroom. I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat. But it couldn't be helped at this point. Till the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivete whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. Oh no! Oh no! Welp! But such soft ideas would no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their ways into the parts of my life that I once thought were impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. Oh boy! That was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believed not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. So long as I lived, then I would definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There's no way there would be anything that could be used as a weapon in the classroom. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. Yeah, no, they're very squeaky. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. That locker that Mion used to store a pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh no, we're doing this? Because... Thank you, Wheatie. Oh yeah, there was supposed to be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. Should go change later. Ah! Salt! Salt! Oh no! Polaris is in on it too! But first I needed a weapon. One of my classmates came. It would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening lockers one by one. You know, like a normal person. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella. If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. It was without a doubt a metal bat. It was well worn, pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there also hung a baseball uniform. It was probably the locker of a student in a Pee-wee league or something like that. If that wasn't the case, then he probably asked for it back. At that time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily in the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko. Good morning. My, you're quite early this morning, Keiichi-san. I nonchalantly hid the bat I was holding behind my back. What's with your outfit? You're covered in mud. Yeah, I had a little incident. I'm going to change now, so cut me some slack. With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush as I expected her to. Changing in front of a lady, have you no tact at all? I would think that a lady staring at someone who was changing would be the one lacking in tact. There's no changing room for the boys, so just deal with it. As Satoko feigned disgust, she went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. Rika-chan was a lady as well, and I don't think it would be appropriate for you to be watching. I'm not a lady, so it's fine. She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes. And starting now, you're a lady. I'm a lady, then I suppose I must. Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me. Are you going to start playing baseball? Seems that Rika-chan had noticed the bat. Yeah, just, I was feeling a bit out of shape. So I thought I'd just try practicing my swing. I think it's wonderful that you're taking care of your health. She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more. Please don't lose that bat. It seemed like she already knew I took the bat out of someone's locker. What are you planning? There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was opened. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. Still had plenty of time before class began, because I came so early. Took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known I would always have a bat on me, so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I suddenly started swinging. Should at least start out with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary, which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. Gripped the bat and swung lightly. That was by no means light. Weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least, that's what I hoped. Huh? Kei-chan? What are you doing? Being bombarded with such hysterical voice, I jumped. Well, Kichi-kun, are you on the baseball team? The baseball team? It was Reina and me on. I was surprised to hear you went off ahead. What are you doing, Kei-chan? Can't you tell by looking? I'm practicing my swing. For the championship. I'd say it's part of my diet if you want. Diet? Kei-chan, are you really that fat? But you didn't know. I actually have a beer belly. It's plump and jiggles. Plump and jiggles? Reina, you don't have to imagine something weird like that. Just to disrupt Reina from imagining something that was vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily. Well then, I hope you make it to regionals at least. This old man will cheer you on. Regionally speaking, it seems that Oshima High is pretty strong. They say that their southpaw, Kameda-kun, is amazing. Good luck. Seems they've made it out made me out to be some kind of local prodigy, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and a catcher. Pitch the ball and run past the ball and threw the changeover to the blah 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 baseball stuff. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. What am I laughing at? Thundered the ground over and over. With huge impact, the reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. To make me smile like that, don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone, no matter how many times I tell myself that if they made me smile like that, I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. But I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? So Rena confessed to the doctor. Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist? And was it possessing everyone and trying to kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along, and everything was just Oyashiro-sama's fault. Damn fool Keiichi Maribara, come on now. They yelled out, Drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach, raised the bat violently into the air. Stop being so soft! As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash. Forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. Know your enemy. Smash. Like hell, I'd let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down as my ragged breathing. I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. I gasped with the sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drained from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but I didn't feel like I was asleep either. Couldn't say I felt especially comfortable, but I felt kind of a relief that the sanctuary of a school, part of my daily life, had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear it with this slowly gnawing at me. H-gun, come on, it's club time, club time. The sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my senses. Come on, Kei-chan, stop spacing out. Bring your desk, bring your desk. Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right, it was a happy, fun club time. But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag and prepared to go home. Thank you for the lurk, Soul. It was a weak-willed hand gesture to avoid having to say, I'll be going home now. What's this, Kei-chan? You're planning on going home right away again? Mion sounded quite disappointed. I'm just not in the mood. Could you let me be for a while? The tone of the words spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. Felt like the air in the room had dried out. Stoka looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. Took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted. The collective gaze of the four of them were like tiny pins used to mount insects on display, held me in place. Rena was the one who cut through the heavy mood. H-kun, you just didn't like playing with girls, I guess. She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. This pain was going to kill me. I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest violently, tearing out the pins that held me in place. That's not it at all. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word as I left. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears perked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. I will get the compliments for you. 1 second. I'm gonna take a drink. Okay, so let's see. Compliments for Weedy. Other than the fact that you are a really sweet bean, and you're really fun to hang out with, and I enjoy your company immensely, and I've got plans, and we are gonna have fun in the next couple of weeks. I am so excited. But yeah, Weedy is a good bean who I like very much. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning, until they were in a good location to assault me? It wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. You're welcome, of course. The wooden path crowded with trees responded with silence as if there was nobody there to begin with. But I couldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well, meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for their presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with sound of the wind. Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed? Or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? So hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. Seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then I'd make the first move. Taking my grip on the bat, I raised it up to my shoulder, ready to swing at any time. Hey! I know you're there! With all my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. Till the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know already. I know you're there! I screamed out angrily at them again, but still, they didn't move at all. I'll go over there myself. With all due diligence, I approached step by step. Stepping into his shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal. Anna? She realized I had found her. Her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. Did you have some business with me? I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed the question at her. Not really, it's just, Anna was in a panic, with tears welling up in her eyes. But it was obvious that she had been following me. What about the club? Since you're not, I'm not. It shouldn't matter. Don't mind me and just play. But I'm just worried about you. Thinking about how I'd been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could be perceived as strange. You think? And so Rena was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if it was really the case, she wouldn't have to do something like try to tell me. She shouldn't have called out to me when I was leaving and gone, right out with me. But Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me, matching my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of my footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then, after she realized I'd noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt, she was tailing me. Stop following me. How? Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards. After I'd walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more. Told you not to follow me. But my house is in the same direction. Walk ahead of me. I'll start walking once I can't see you anymore. I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward. I'd like to go home together with you. Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it wasn't I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. And without me saying anything, Rena had understood what I was feeling inside. Get it, then go. Swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Rena looked back and forth between me and the bat, and started walking hesitantly and then stopped again. Go on then, hurry. I'm going. So please, stop with the bat. Scary. Rena guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized I wasn't planning on using the bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still grudgingly opened the way for her. Go. There's no problem now, is there? There was nothing else she could protest. She passed me timidly, so as not to set me off. Maybe. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all. Hey, don't stop. Then a powerful gust blew past us, barging my face with dust. What if? It just got in my eyes and clouded my vision. Rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung finally at the bat with my right, protecting the small opening I had been presented. But Rena didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attacking me now, she hadn't budged an inch. Well, from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. I mean, we'll get there. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. Smell of the air had changed. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It's like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Rena and I were locked in this space. I didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Rena was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rena into that other person who looks like Rena. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice. Well, excuse me, but, can I ask you something? Too shy to even turn around, Rena squeezed her voice out desperately, as she trembled. What? Well, why do you have a bat? I wonder. The question Rena asked was by no means unexpected. I can carry whatever I want. But you didn't have it up until today. Why so suddenly? Alright if I decided to do something suddenly, isn't it? Strange, is it that strange to have a bat? Because, Keiichi, you're not the kind of person to play baseball. It's weird. I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her. I just suddenly got the urge to play baseball. Is that so weird? It's weird. She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. Just suddenly wanted to play baseball. Wanted to practice my swing, so I'm carrying around a bat. What's strange about that? Strange. Weird. Definitely. Why is Keiichi-kun also? Your ramblings are annoying me. Isn't that strange for me to have an interest in sports? Trying to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Till my suspicions about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions. I'm sorry. Don't get so angry. Rena still didn't turn around, and spat out words of apology, one after the next. Just one last thing. Tell me one last thing. I don't feel like talking anymore. Hurry up and go. I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Yep, no worries. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Ren asked her final question. Why is that bat the same, too? She meant that the bat was the same. I had no idea what she was talking about. What are you saying? I mean, why is even the bat the same? I don't understand what you mean at all. Say it clearly. And still, Rana didn't turn around. Inhaling deeply, she screamed. I mean, why is even the bat the same as Satoshi-kun's? Satoshi being... Huh? On hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student that transferred last year? No, that couldn't be. Rena tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oyashiro-sama told me quite clearly that he was missing. Or Oishi-san. He was the student who sat in my seat up until last year. He had believed he had been demoned away by Oyashiro-sama's curse. I don't know the details about his disappearance. The man who he had lived with was killed on the night of the Onikakushi by a drug addict, and not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. But Satoshi and I were... What? My gaze fell at the bat at my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see. So this was Satoshi's bat. Oh. This was Satoshi's bat. Since nobody was using it, I borrowed it. That's not a problem, is it? That's not it! Orirana said that, made it seem like the bat was something that should never be touched. It was some sort of offering at a shrine, or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Rana continued speaking without waiting for reply. Why is it that you're doing the exact same thing Satoshi-kun did when it happened to him? Rana was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi. It's the same with Satoshi-kun. Joined the baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball. What does that have to do with me? Satoshi-kun also suddenly started walking around with a bat one day. Joined a team, but he wasn't the type to play sports. What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Rena's trying to tell us something important. Satoshi-kun also one day came to school all by himself all of a sudden. Just like Keiichi-kun. One day he suddenly started practicing his swing. Just like Keiichi-kun. One day he suddenly began carrying the bat around with him. Just like Keiichi-kun. One day he suddenly... One day suddenly what? Rena had swallowed her words. Rena's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was just then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I never paid much attention, paid much thought to him in the first place. You should. Not only that, I didn't even know anything about what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation, after all. All the planning I'd done, they had been the exact same as Satoshi's? And Satoshi... No, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same. Rena, that day... What happened to Satoshi? Rena knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. Forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Rena, what was going to happen to me? Answer me, Rena. Satoshi, what happened to him? With that, I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. I told you, Ichikun. It was the person that I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't Rana Ryugu I'd been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze that pierced like a cold needle, the smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rhyme? Rim? Words? Both Rena's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away, as if to remind me out of fear that the time before Rena brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like a curve of a crescent moon. She grinned. I told you, Ichikun. After a short pause, repeated the same words again. Satoshi-kun, see, transferred out. Transferred meaning what? Rana meant was having a new definition of transfer that I previously was not aware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It seemed that Rana saw that was a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out, and I fell to my knees pathetically. Rana and me, on my knees underneath her, a motionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless to me. I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded out all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin. But you won't, will you, Keiichi-kun? Rena finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important, and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on. Do what? What did she not want me to do? Transfer. Satoshi and I had what? Okay, I am gonna save, and we're gonna take a break so I can grab some food. But we will continue this. But yeah, we're gonna take like a 10-15 minute break before we continue. Well, so we're just gonna pop over here. And yeah, feel free to everybody get food and whatever else you might need to do. We'll be back probably in 10-ish minutes. Everybody be good. Hi. All right. Let me just get readjusted. Okay, what? Okay, hold on just a minute. Thank you. Let's see. You know, I wouldn't mind being strawberry flavored, incidentally, because I do like strawberry, but I also like cherry and a lot of other things. Okay, let us get back to the totally normal time we're having. Hazel, you were supposed to watch the chat, but you came down and followed me. Ooh, strawberry lemonade. Mmm. Stop making me want to go to Burgerville. Alright, we're closing. Alright, let's continue. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Sushi. Yes. So, Burgerville is a local restaurant to my area, or at least the better part of Oregon and Washington, and they're really good. One of my favorite things to do during my work week is go with one of my coworker friends, and we have lunch on Tuesdays, and it's a lovely time. We listen to podcasts and just have a nice meal together. She's great. I like her a whole lot. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? I think you'd like it. They have a really nice spread of food. The friends he'd gotten along with had changed suddenly and for no reason. At least none that I had noticed. Planned to kill him? Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got his bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing? Yeah, Burgerville. And then one day suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to run through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he was transferred to? Was he the only one who was able to understand me? Able to tell me why it ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The rigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? Wasn't that odd of an occurrence? I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my first seal keychain. I stepped into the entry just as I was about to take off my shoes. A chill ran down my spine. Yeah, you might hear some background noise because, the littles came over unexpectedly, but we're gonna keep going, because dang it, I want to finish this. Someone had entered right behind me, like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way up through the door. There was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How do you know they're there, even though they're behind you? Because I couldn't hear the sound of flowing hair. Or because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence. It's like I'd hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi Maibara, there's no way you could hear that. It was mostly instinct than anything else that was warning me of that presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? Some uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? There was nobody there when you turned around. Would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Alright, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just so long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that it wouldn't have solved anything. Who is it? I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. That time, I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired by a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. All the force of my body released from my lungs and through my throat ceased all thought process in my head. Expressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body to look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me in my field of vision, they were definitely there. Pulling face up, my eyes traced remnants of the present suspended in empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there, but they were actually still standing there. As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body into the fury. The metal bat held firmly in my right hand as if drawn by a magnet. Mid-level sleep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remember reading something like that in a book about swordsmanship or something. I brandished my will to fight. The afterimage of the amalgamation of metal flashes swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. That slammed into the right wall, tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through an empty space, but they seemed to have great, psychological impact on the enemy. I was torn between physiological and psychological there. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. That wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the covers it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. Ah! My scream shook the air, embedding my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Crack. Without mercy or restraint. Yeah? Yeah! Yes, we are destroying our drywall, and you are not far off. Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certain fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy there, but not there, dispersed. I was certain that the enemy had retreated. I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way. It had only feigned retreat and was now inside my house? Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. It was gone. I succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body, and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions I had been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest. Exhaustion. And in this moment, I remained composed. Did you, though? Checking that the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head a little, after clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts. I managed to calm down. Even more was that at the front door. There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I had dreamt up in my confused state, but I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maribara. Compose yourself, because you're doing so well. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon. Without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion. I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? At just one piece. When I asked, "Who is it?" they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I had been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Yashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way they had done it was also still a mystery. If it was perpetrated by humans, then that would mean that admitting that it was Rena and the rest of them doing it, but it would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Yashiro-sama's curse, I wondered what would happen. Oishi-san had very clearly declared that the curse didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly didn't seem quite reliable. He suddenly seemed quite unreliable. That was the sentence. If I told Oishi-san it was the work of Yashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? Couldn't imagine his reaction, but I would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. Me having so few allies to begin with, and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse or not, there was no merit to doing that. You gonna come up? You gonna come up? Mao, you gonna come up? You wanna get settled up here? Hello. Hello, Miss Hazel. No merit to doing that, but there is merit to petting my cat. Hello, sweetie. Hello, my good girl. Hi. Better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. Here you go. Good girl. Yes. Get your time. Oh, you could hear her? Aw, yay! Hey, sweetie. Yes, that was Hazel the cat. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. Still ever so slightly the possibility. Yay! Aw, good. I'm glad. Usually she doesn't get so close to the mic when she comes up, but yay. She's my buddy. There was ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed, and I was just going berserk in the entryway. Yeah. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I would be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Ran and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Ran and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. But denying both of those would be admitting that I, myself, was losing it. 3 options which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Welcome to the main mystery of the series. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has actually happened as reality. Stop thinking anything more than that. I couldn't help think of it. Wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist, and I still would be bestest buddies with Rana and the rest. Pardon! Actually, I am hot. I should probably turn on the fan. Wish for such a thing. Yes, since I don't have a bonk emote yet, you do that. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there was no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. And since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off bed and went downstairs. Hello, this is my bar residence. Keiichi, this is Mom. I intuitively have a bad feeling about this, because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative. What? I don't mind having instant noodles for dinner. There's still a lot of them. The other day we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. Wanted to get a bunch of different kinds, actually. But they refused since individual packs were expensive, so instead I got a whole case of mega-sized pork bone ginger-flavored ones that I like. Easy, hello! I hug you back. But my parents didn't like strong flavors, and didn't touch them, so the cupboards were still full of them. So you see, there isn't really need to go shopping, right? Keiichi, I'm not asking you to go shopping. Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work. Huh? Right now? This was really abrupt. No, we're already here. We left this afternoon. It's quite a distance from Tokyo to Hinamazawa. Gunning it at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they took the train. It would have taken longer. I'm thinking you might understand since you heard us speaking last night, but it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now, things aren't going so smoothly. Now that she mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all that time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good. Daddy's really sensitive about things like this, so if we leave things as they are, it will affect his work. Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality has emotions change as easy as the fall sky. could just say he couldn't take criticism. The artist's lament. How are you doing, AZ? Hopefully, let's see. I can't remember if you worked today, but hopefully it went well. But something like that can be done over the phone. Keiichi, this is your father's job, so can you support him a bit, please? Anyway, it's just faster to talk about it in person. So there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work. So we'll be back tomorrow night. Keiichi, will you be fine on your own? It's not like I'll die or anything. Place your bets. Keiichi, you shouldn't speak so lightly of dying. If there's something troubling you, just talk to us. I believe Mommy will be able to help out. Yesterday, I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little bit worried. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can boop. And nope, wrong thing. Right thing. I just realized that it's like this, so let's scoot that over. Yeah, that's better. And bop. Oh, I can. I wonder. Hi, Doc. How you doing? I wonder. Oh, hugs for you too. Let's see. Let's see if I can be smart enough to do nope. See if I can figure out how to do this. Because I want to now. Highlight, there's the user thing. Oh. Wait a minute. Tools. Okay, that's there. Don't mind me, I've just never done a poll before. It's like, can I? Maybe? Or do I have to go in through a different area to do it? Well, honestly, let's do it in chat for the moment, and then I'll figure it out. So, how many of y'all think he's gonna live through the night? Really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. Sir. At least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it. I won't die. I won't. I'll survive, even if I have to gnaw my leg off. Yeah. See you then. Yes, please. So I can learn and do it for next time. Thank you, Weedy. Yeah, see you tomorrow morning. Make sure to wake up. And eat your breakfast. And don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth. Mother. Yeah, see you. Call ended like that. Sometimes my parent went off to Tokyo for business meetings. But Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. No, the times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened this suddenly. And say that those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather, unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of this situation. But tonight, I was the only one in the house. But when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone. Missing. Vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the 2nd floor. It was the same as the broadcasting the enemy that my parents were gone, and this was their chance. First I ran into the living room and flicked the lights on, and then turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. This, from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly, erasing all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. Ah! The garage! They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car. They had gone up to the Okinomiya station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was no good. I panicked and rushed out the back door, and to close the normally open garage door. Should be fine. I needed to get the paper. I needed to get the... Mom always got the paper since they left in the afternoon. The evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. Pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. This, for sure this time, it should be fine. To think of it, leaving the cupboard busted up like that with my little freakout was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell, and the bat I was holding smashed into it. So, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remembered that there was a broom and a dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang once again. Hello, this is the Maibara residence. Oh, is this Keiichi-kun? Is your mother around? She's in here at the moment. You idiot, Keiichi Maibara. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You could follow up. Calm down and take care of it. I think she'll be back soon. That wasn't a good response either. Or they might say call again or tell her to call when she comes back. Then that's fine. Wasn't anything important. Well, sorry for the bother. The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. The call was fortunate in more ways than one. I have to deal with more telephone calls coming for my parents tonight. Somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I needed to make up a good story and explain that my parents were home, but just couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. It's like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. Didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They'd suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook, under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver. Hello? I stopped announcing that this was the Maibara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Hello, my apologies for calling so late. This is Oishi from the Okinomiya bookstore. Oishi-san? Is that you, Maibara-san? Good evening. Good to hear you're doing well. Doing well. Wait a moment, please. I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It's the same no matter where I was, since there was no one else home, but I wanted to be in a spot that just felt safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san. Sorry for the wait. How are things? Anything changed since then? Since then? When was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital, and we headed to town for lunch and had a talk. And after that, Rena and Mian came up to check on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew. Whenever I spoke to Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It's like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may, be found out by them as well. Hello? Can you hear me, Mayabara-san? Huh? Sorry. What did you say? I asked if anything changed since last time. There wasn't an answer, so I got a bit worried. Not really. Words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night, when my parents were at home, I had no guarantee I would make it through the night safely after all. Well, Oishi-san, it seems that someone is after me. Really? Could all just be a coincidence, but that day I missed school, when I was sick, the two of them came to check up on me. Which two? Rena and Mian. They started asking about how I had lunch with you. What next? They left me some mochi, and when they came to visit, there was a needle inside. Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it. I wonder, could that have just been a threat? About the needle. It was just one of those common sewing needles you see all the time. There was a hole in the thread to string the thread through. Not that, Mayabara-san, the needle itself. That's evidence. You use as proof that they threatened you. Where's the needle? That's right. That's it. I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I'd overlooked it out of terror, but the needle was a valuable piece of evidence. That I had certainly thrown the mochi and the needle at the wall together. It was there, and it would be on the living room wall. But my prudent mother had cleaned the living room wall. There was not a trace left of mochi on it. Could it be that it had dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? Frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. After moving around the sofa and desks, pulling at the carpet, the flaps, and flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they had collected the burnable trash, but it's still maybe in the trash bin in the kitchen. You know, normal. I rushed into the kitchen and opened the lid of the pail, pouring out the contents. But even at a glance, I could tell it would be incredibly difficult to find a needle in the pile of trash. Finding the needle in the trash pile! I was looking for a needle in a trash stick. Thank you. Good game. I know. I'll try running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'd be able to find it. It's a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but this was not a time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the word with a red pen. Then I dashed back up the stairs, where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long. Hello? How did it go? I couldn't find it. I was really overwhelmed back then, and I see. It would be great if you could find it. Keep it safe. That's right, the needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run. Also, Oishi-san, that isn't all. Actually, this morning, that man was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question, due to the circumstances at the time. Did you see the license plate? I can search for it from here. Damn. Just flipped out and yelled at him back then. I didn't even look at the plate. The failures on my part with the needle and the plate number. I was so focused on protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. I'm sorry, I don't know much more than that. It was a white van. Nothing to fret about, Mayabara-san. Anyone would be shaken up after being hit. This is all of it really isn't a coincidence, is it? She then started to hem and haw over the other end. I'd imagine him folding his arms. Also, Rena is acting strange. How so? What Rena said on the way home today. Asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say it with confidence. That Rena knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than just him simply disappearing. Rena knows. She knows something regarding to what happened to Satoshi, the kid who was demoned away last year. What would that be exactly? Rena said, I was the same as Satoshi. She said something to the effect, the way things are going, I'll end up with the same fate as Satoshi. Fate, you say? Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you? Transferring out, she said. Transferring out? Ren and Satoshi transferred out. Or said Satoshi transferred out. Given how things are going with me, I'll transfer out too. Oh, she let out a stern sigh and grumbled loudly. Mayabara-san, that was probably some sort of threat. Or maybe a type of warning. I thought so too. At that point I started to think, would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Rena and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only other explanation. Of course I couldn't tell that to Oishi-san, except Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whatever it was, Oyashiro-sama's curse being real, or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all the villagers, Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? Couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seemed to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said, a little. Meaning it actually dug pretty deep. Most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Rena was somebody I should suspect, no, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Night I was alone in a huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt when I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If I had a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were other residents close to the Mayabara residence. Or no other residencies close to the... No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament as the fact that he had a house built in such a remote location as I did right now. I wonder if it would still be here by tomorrow morning. Or if I would still be here by... So I had to ask. Right now. Because I had no idea what the next chance would come. Oishi-san, I have something I wanted to ask about. Please don't keep anything from me. Sure, ask away. Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. Wanted to ask about Rena, about what happened at our previous school. Actually, regarding Rena's... I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. Considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. It would ruin all the work I'd put into making it look like my parents were home. I needed to answer the door. Hello? My bar-san? Oh, sorry, somebody seems to be at the door. I'm going to see who it is. Guest? I see. My apologies. Should we end this phone call now? That would be a problem. No. I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on? It's fine. I don't mind. I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. And it didn't make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I'd hunch that was the lady who called right before... Excuse me. Oishi-san did. In which case it would be one of the neighbors who was friends with my mom. Just say Mom isn't feeling well. I went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. Hard for her to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. I'll continue to ring at regular intervals. Someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much. You'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? But removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. Chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside I had prepared for this moment. Tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with. One of my mom's friends. Good evening. Rana. Shouldn't be any reason for Rana to come over at this hour. Timing also made me uneasy. It was just as I was about to ask Oishi-san about Rana. She could have chalked this up to a mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me. There's nothing this old man doesn't know. Yes, it is. Are you alone, Rena? Yeah. Seems that Mion wasn't with her. That didn't change the situation at all. Why did you come here? Hey, Keiichi-kun, I'd like you to open the door so we can talk. Can I come inside, I wonder? I wonder. Fear that speaking through a chained door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate. But at my house, the chain has to be on at night. Don't worry about it. Then it can't be helped, I guess. Rena pouted rather sadly. She kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep the smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. Since it didn't seem like I'd remove the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entryway. Have you eaten yet, Keiichi-kun? No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there for dinner, it would be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, and I was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all the time talking. I was going to have a cup of noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to. No, not yet. What about it? Then good. Look here. I brought a bunch of dishes. Rena held out a stack of boxes wrapped up in a cloth. If I could use your kitchen, I can heat up the miso soup and other stuff. It's fine. You don't need to do that. But there's a lot of tofu vegetables in it. Does Keiichi-kun not like that type of stuff, I wonder? There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup, with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root, and potatoes. Dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible. I also brought rice, so you have to microwave it so you can eat it really quickly. Rice need miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping the miso soup between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese. Also, I made some more pickles. I made sansai pickles this time. Before I moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sansai, but I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. The vegetables from the supermarket were tasteless and bland compared to these. To describe them, then they would be the vegetable for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake in the sansai. It's common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were. They'd go so well with that fluffy white rice. And also... But wait, there's more! So delicious. And it all just seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he'd make do with a cup of noodles. Ren appeared to be in good spirits, and she was offering such a delicious-sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut, and the hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Rena did say she was alone, and it shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. The possibility that it was laced with poison hadn't been ruled out. The moment a cold chill ran down my spine once again. Couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then. Threatening vegetables! But the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. This happy Rena speaking of this charming dinner was dependent on the premise. And that premise was that tonight hadn't been made at my house, meaning that it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, then we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she'd brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Rena, did she know that my parents weren't home? There was also the chance that there was a bluff. I turned out the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There was plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It's hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. So I was holding on to that fact for as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me. I am quite grateful, but dinner will be ready pretty soon. Huh? Is that so? Is that so? I know you went through all the effort and everything, but well... Unable to think of a good way to refuse my words trailed off weakly. Some of this could work out as some side dishes, I think. I'm sorry. We have more than enough already. My mom always makes quite a few side dishes. So... Huh? You have side dishes? With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her question apologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down the dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well. So, Keiichi-kun can cook. What did you make, I wonder? No, well, it's not that And I had assumed out of nowhere that I'd made the dishes. No, it's not so much that I made them, but rather my mom hadn't. Really make them? Side dishes? Did you, Keiichi-kun? It wasn't me who made them. My mom did. No, she's making them. Right now. So you see, I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you brought. Rena fell silent at the moment. That moment, I felt the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes. How about I try guessing what Keiichi-kun's dinner will be? Doesn't matter what I'm going to eat. Let's see. Conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. Felt like I was being interrogated. Dinner. I wonder if it's something that could be made with just hot water. Hey now, stop with the insults. Can't believe you belittle my mom's extravagant dinner like that. It's sold out at full capacity already. It's amazing. Tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. So instead I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness. Keiichi-kun, did your mother really leave you dinner? No, you see, she didn't leave me for dinner. She's making it right now. See, it wouldn't surprise me if his mom called her and said, hey, we'll be out, but he doesn't know that. Right now, it's almost time for dinner. Rena had taken the assertion of mine that my mother was home and making dinner for me right now, and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became. Hey, Keiichi-kun? At that moment, an uncomfortable chill kept in the gap in the front doorway. Is your mom home? I wonder. Couldn't keep up the charade anymore. Rena. She knew full well that my parents weren't home. But I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here and we'd be having dinner soon, and that was the situation I had concocted. So I answered. I told her she was here. She's here, of course. I feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their gilded glare. Ugh, words. Why? Huh? What do you mean? I tried acting casual. The facade had torn off me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. Look informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth. Why have you been lying to me? I wonder. Nice. I'm not lying. No, I love it. It's perfect for a horror game. It's beautiful. Yes, you're right. There are too many moments where it works. And so far you've been hitting them and it's making me happy. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Lies? Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Ren and I were still separated by what few inches of it that slightly ajar, but still chained door could afford. You know, for this episode, I will probably do something like that. But despite that, I was still cornered. My house, which I considered to be a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me. Well, I guess your dinner, Keiichi-kun? Let's see. I knew now that Rena had already known about my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she should be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was instant? Noodles. That's right, isn't it? Got you in a lie, Titanic flute. I will attempt for sure. Thank you, Moostress. That I was going to eat? Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing. I don't think you'll be full with just noodles. I think having rice and stuff will definitely hit the spot. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. It's just coincidence. I was just reading certain tells of mine. So the fact that she was inferring it that I was thinking about alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If I was being read, then she was just a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that couldn't possibly exist. You like them? You mean noodles? No. Something? I know. I know he's. Oh. I'm gonna take a small break so I can put my cat to bed. She's giving me the let's have food vibes. So we're gonna leave on this blankety blank word, and we're gonna take another break because I think I just have one more chapter after this. And like I said, we're gonna finish this tonight. So help me. So yeah, I'll be right back. Yes, hello, sweetie. We're going to bed. Hello. Hello, sweetie. Yeah, hello. We're going. We're going. Hi. You want to say hi? Alright, we are going to try and read and play at the same time because she is being a little bit stubborn. But that's okay, because she's a cat. Alright, where were we? Yes, the bleeping. Oh wait, it would probably help if I went back to the game screen. Yay, okay. No, whatever that is. And indicated the point that my answer was addressing was wrong. That the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken. Sorry, Rena. What did you say just now? Huh? About what? Just now, you asked if there was something that I liked, didn't you? It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I'd pushed forward that question. Such a simple answer. That's why I wasn't able to comprehend it. Pork bone and ginger flavor. I wonder how I appeared in the moment when my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. My field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction. I lost all sense of balance. Why do you know that? I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena know even this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rena. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. I certainly did buy them. I bought a bunch at once. I bought a whole case. How could you know that? I wonder. Quite strange, isn't it? Isn't it? How could you dodge the question at a time like this? Chain around the door suddenly was no longer protecting me. How did you know? Why do you know? Answer me! You bought them at 7th Mart, didn't you? Shiver ran up my spine. Hmm? I tried covering it up with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you know that? I was behind you, following you the whole time. What are you saying? I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time. That's because Rena was right behind. Ichikun's back the whole time. Ha 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 ha. Like that night. That night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi. I didn't even sense her being there, standing behind the door, behind me, standing there, just like that. When Keiichi-kun was picking up the noodles, I was watching the entire time. Picked out so many different flavors, didn't you? Then your mom got angry. You were going to pick the expensive ones, and you should just pick one type, she said. Then Keiichi-kun picked out the big box of pork bone and ginger flavor that he loves so much, didn't he? I like it too. Pork bone noodles. But I can never eat a whole big bowl myself. My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. Might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. The fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Rena was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. And so my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed, so I didn't have to look down. Didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards. And as I withdrew, Rena advanced. So, Keiichi-kun, can you open this? Can we eat dinner together? I'm sure it's going to be delicious, so, okay? Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have exploded within me. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. She was doing her hardest to light the fuse in the power keg in my heart, trying it again and again. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light. Open up, Keiichi-kun? Please go away. I beg of you, please go away. How can you say something so mean, I wonder? Please go away. Go away. Go away. The powder keg inside me finally went off. It was smoldering, it just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. Oh, hello. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. That slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. Hi. This part is scary, so you might. Yep. Okay. Oh, you decided you want to be up here now? Okay. Yep. And the source of that was Rena's fingers. Each of those fingers wiggling, squirming around, like tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway. Again, content warning. It hurts. It hurts, Keiichi-kun. It hurts. Oh. It wasn't a harsh squeak, but it was more of a yelp, as she was trying to keep back. Go away, go away, go away. I'm pulling the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door, at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that was why the door wasn't closing. It really hurts, Keiichi-kun. I'm sorry I was messing around too much. Ugh.
Cheer 500, hear ye, hear ye. I love this humongously adorable and beautiful cutie named Gin. It's just something I had to get off my chest. There, I feel better. Commence with the messy keyboard typing.
Thank you. You nerd. Okay. Yeah, don't mind me. I am sitting right next to my cat, so this might be awkward. I didn't care one bit for her apology. You absolute nerd, thank you for the bits. Again. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up until now. Didn't change anything. Hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry. 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 Go away, go away, go away. And I couldn't leave, even if she wanted to. Because I trapped her fingers. And his white fingers had become a deep red. They're no longer even squirming. Have you ever had your fingers trapped in a door? It hurts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away, go away, go away. I'm sorry. 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 Oh, look, everyone. It's my brain gremlins. Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away. Stop it, stop it, stop it! Pulled the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. Hi. Hello. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena. Yes. Oh. Yes, it was for my kitty cat, 'cause she was right there, and I had to kiss her forehead because it was very soft and fluffy. Oh, you sound slightly disappointed. Oh, I'm sorry. I know. Keiichi-kun? I'm sorry. Open up, Keiichi-kun. No, I know, and you're good. Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena's echoing of her apology. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Those pitiful words would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. That wasn't out of any sort of malice. Just felt a sort of hazy sense of release that I was able to escape from Rena. Poor Mian had threatened me at the doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact that my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out, not even opened the door. My meager plan hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. 1 step, 2 steps, with each of her sniveling apologies becoming more distant. Running up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena repeatedly repeating her endless apology. Stepping into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed. It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I talked with Rena for so long. How did almost no time pass? The hand of the clock were ticking forward 1 second, every second, as usual. As I pulled the still room receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again. Hello, Oishi-san? Sorry to keep you waiting. No, not at all. I didn't wait that long. It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home how far away Oishi-san really was. Rena came just now. Did she come to play? I wasn't confident that I could answer. Could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san. But I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Rena. That's right. I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Rena, but Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true, what was false, I couldn't tell. One thing I knew was that the single grim reality that Rena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There's no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. Oh, honey. No, rather I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this that I would regret more. Just wait. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility that something might happen tonight. Wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't. Regarding Rana Ryugu-san? I did a bit of digging. Yeah, well, it wasn't much. I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep that it'd be hard to discuss it with you since you're her friend. I want to know everything from your research. I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say, though. Oishi-san. I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then, I said it. I think Rana Ryugu is suspicious. Even the past incidents from Oyashiro-sama's curse, Rana Ryugu was involved. You have some sort of proof that makes you believe Rana-san is suspicious? The manner in which Oishi spoke became very firm. That's the problem with Oyashiro-sama and Oishi. My brain is like, oh yeah, they sound the same, it's fine. You have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective. Hold on, we're gonna do attempt number 2 of Kitty Bedtime. Hopefully she'll actually go in this time. Attempt number 2 has failed. We'll try attempt number 3 a little bit later. But for now, she's being stubborn, probably because I'm doing this so late. It's confusing her. But that's okay. Alright. Talking as a detective. I only have circumstantial evidence. I see. I could tell even over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling up the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to be reeling in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast out the line once more. That's how it seemed. Oishi-san, you can't do anything without physical proof, can you? What I mean was, you can't come and save me without proof. Or what I meant was, I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine. It's fine, Maribara-san. Thank you. I'll protect you. That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed, and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to him. Whether I'm alive or dead may be of no concern to your investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. People die when they are killed. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed was to relay to Oishi-san that I was in a very dangerous position. So please, tell me. Tell me about Rena. So she transferred out. Not too far in the future, I'll probably also do what Rena called transferring out as well. But you won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't been able to find Satoshi's body yet. Alright, Maibara-san, please calm down. I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi-san having to tell me. I didn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust of the police. It seemed that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then at least I wanted to know about what happened before Rana transferred schools. You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right? Your son, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved. Right now, to me, there's nothing that I'll find uninteresting. Please. There are a few things I need you to agree to. Okay. Please keep this confidential. Part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested? It might not be true. I don't understand what you mean. There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chains of death in Hinamizawa. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Thus, Rena Ryugu has never been linked to any of the investigations. Basically, you see, this isn't an investigation of Rena done by the police. A personal inquiry is what you're telling me? This'll make some things quicker since you understand. All of it's from either phone calls or meetings and interviews. So they aren't corroborated. I'm asking you to take this all with a grain of salt, is what I mean. Do we have an agreement? All of this is just from what you've heard? Yes, my apologies. It's all my personal investigation, you see. That thing. Before, you said you saw Rena's chart, didn't you? I'm sure I heard you say that. Oishi-san paused for a moment at the other end of the line. I told you that too? Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that. I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all. Please tell me, Oishi-san. Understood. Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Rena lived in Hinamazawa a long time ago. She moved to Ibaraki Prefecture after she finished elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with breaking all the school windows happened. Then Rena confided to a doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. That was all he knew. There isn't much difference between what I know and what you know, Maebara-san. That's part of why... Then what part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident that happened just after she transferred. The incident Rena was responsible for, and what she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct? Yes. After you learned about that, you started suspecting Rena and the others, didn't you? Yes, I did suspect them. So they're the ones after all? No, that's not what I meant by suspect them. Question mark? Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring. Then, who did you suspect? That it was... Oyashiro-sama. Huh? That Oyashiro-sama's curse really exists. Yeah, right, well, ha 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 ha. Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation. About the dubious circumstances between Satoshi's disappearance. Course of events up until that start devolving into Rena's past. Just then, there was thunder in the distance, and a heavy rain started pouring down. And without warning, so heavy it felt like it could beat you down. I'd left the window open in my room a crack to let the heat out. A violent wind danced in my room, making the curtains flap wildly. What is it? Nothing. It suddenly started raining heavily. Sorry, please continue. I got up while still on the phone and closed the window. I said at the beginning it was an incident, but because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. So you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk. Regardless of being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly it had a permanent damage. Could have been the school or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychologist was very strict about their professional ethics. Hello? Maebara-san? Can you hear me? There was a figure of a person standing out in the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In a shower which more resembled waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. She was standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room. Focused on me as though about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. As if she had something hard to chew in her mouth with her cheeks puffed out. What could she be eating over there? Could it be at this time I was more enthralled by Rena instead of the shocking development being brought to light by Oishi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. And I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would I have noticed that. Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something. She was repeating something. What is it? What was she repeating? To me. What was she saying? Why was I right up against the window, fixated on her. Hello? Maibara-san? Can't you hear me? Hello? I'm sorry. Huh? Maibara-san? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 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 Revenge of the Brain Gremlins, everybody. Hello? Maibara-san? What's the matter? Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew a curtain hastily, with my right hand blocking my view from the outside. But even doing that, Rena's relentless apologies still reached my ears. I'm sorry. 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 I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. It's my brain, everyone! Sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. 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 Damn it. Why did I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. You won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Forgive. Maibara-san? If you can hear me, then please respond. Hello? You know, normal evening. Split personality at the 7th mark. I can't wait for them to say this. I see it in the movies quite often, but what is it exactly? Multiple personalities are thought to be escapism. Multiple personality disorder is a form of escape. It's actually called, I think the correct term now is dissociative identity disorder. Correct. Exact mechanism is not really fully understood, but it prevents the brain to retain mental stability. Wow! Yes. Hypothetically, Can't wait for what was probably fairly sound at the time. Thank you. Wouldn't go that far, but I don't want to confer that. Something that occurs at Future research. Wow, okay. Recent study of it, Child abuse may increase chances because, we'll get to that later. Right after these commercials. Yep. Talk show host being a talk show host. Meanwhile, at the 7th mark. 7th Mart was a bargain supermarket with food and alcohol. So, not 7-Eleven. What's this, Keiichi? So many. There's no reason to get all the different kinds, is there? I flopped all the different colored cup noodle bowls into the cart. Cup noodles have gotten so elaborate recently that there's a bunch of different types. I want to try each of them at once. At least once. I knew it was pretty selfish of me, but I thought I'd at least give it a try. Keiichi, buy them in the big case. It's cheaper. Dad faltered. I had a feeling it'd end up like this. Dad knew there was no point in him butting in. And I'd only get to eat one kind. I'd get bored with it. There was a resisting as a formality. I'd already given up on the inside. I wasn't sure which case of noodles to get. If you can't pick, then Mommy will pick for you. Attempt number 3, everyone. We'll leave you on noodles. Okay, which is gonna happen first? Am I gonna put my cat to bed or finish this game? Alright. You don't have to rush me. I quickly search the cases of noodles for what I want. Pork bone and ginger, large cup. Hey, Keiji, can't you get a more normal one? I let Mom pick. She'd err on the side of safety and get soy sauce or salt flavored. Pork bone is good. I don't want a big bowl of tasteless stuff. I remembered insisting that the noodles I picked were the right kind. This frozen memory in time, this encapsulated world, I didn't have the power to look around my surroundings. So, I did what I could and reached out with my hearing and vision, sharpened senses to find the presence I overlooked. No matter how much I searched through my field of vision, I couldn't see Rana. I ran around the situation searching, but of course I couldn't find her. And she was spying on me from my blind spot? I got through the sound of the presence again, looking. I could sense the other customers. They were all mixed about, moving as they pleased. There was nobody looking over this way, no one trying to get behind me. Not here. Couldn't be here. Probably wasn't here. I would definitely noticed if someone was right behind me, even if I wasn't on guard. I smiled really at the thought of using vague words like probably right before contradicting it with definitely. There was definitely a presence like a shadow behind me. It was a terror unlike any other. If a presence really had manifested behind me, I would definitely have turned around to check for it. But the world had moved on, and there was no way for me to turn around, like I keep turning around to make sure that my cat goes into the room. While carrying that frightening shadow on my back, I was gleefully running around the store searching for a case of noodles, running through the instant noodle section, bad-mouthing my mom. But there was that presence constantly at my back, sticking to me like a shadow. No way to see what it was. Realizing it now after the fact was horrifying and repulsive. In that moment of time, I was running around gleefully, carrying that cardboard box. Tip-tap. Listening to that moment again, I could hear footsteps, other than mine, going pit-pat with every step. Tip-tap, tip-tap. Pit-pat, pit-pat. Tip-tap, tip-tap. Pit-pat, pit-pat. While I was running, the sound of those barefoot footsteps going pit-pat right behind me. Me running around gleefully in that closed-off moment in time. But I didn't hear it. No, I heard it. That's why I remembered it. I didn't think I heard anything. That's why I didn't turn around. That's why I didn't turn around. That moment, the pit-pat of those footsteps were following me the entire time. Couldn't run faster and escape. Couldn't run any faster than I had at that time. Couldn't turn around. Hadn't turned around before, not once. Then I returned to my parents and started talking. The shadow-like presence was right at my back. I didn't move. The shadow didn't move. That is why it made no sound. That was all. At the time, I hadn't taken a single step while talking to my parents. I was just standing there. This was undeniable. And yet, I heard it. A pit-pat. That shouldn't be. If I took 3 steps, it followed 3 steps. Wasn't that the rule? There was no sound other than that. At that time, the entire world had gone dark. Sudden darkness. It's the end of my reflective journey. I was tired. Wanted to end it. Someone turn on the light. Except my body couldn't move. As if I was sewn into that moment in time. Pit-pat. My past self hair stood on end. That's impossible. No, now that's just breaking the rules. I haven't moved. So you shouldn't be moving either. Couldn't move, so you shouldn't be able to move either. Follow the rules. Pit-pat. Speaking of pit-pat, hello again, kitty kitty. Hello. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, that sound echoed in the darkness once again. The hair on the back of my neck prickled up on end. Hey Hazel, you got a hug. Isn't that nice? Yeah, that's nice. Thank you for the hug, Saul. So close that it was hard to tell whether it was touching the hair or not. Why couldn't I move? Like how the presence was moving behind me. Quickly realized I could move. It was just that I was scared and didn't want to. But now was the only time I could turn around. Something unforgivable in this moment in time. But I needed to turn around immediately. As if my entire being was trying to force me to stop. I began to administer the pain like a needle being stuck into my every pore. I'll turn around. Turn around. I'm not scared at all. Turn around. Turn around. I'm not scared at all. A scream I was unable to vocalize. Oh! I turned around. First, I couldn't understand the meaning of it. What was this? The situation in front of my eyes. It was like a mouth biting an apple and slurping the juice the way you would do with an apple. My mind was being eaten. Okay. Began to munch down, slurping the juices because it was like it. Keiichi, are you okay? Are you having a moment in the supermarket? Sir, this is a 7th Mart. Meaning what it was in front of me was something. Okay. Oh, I must have gotten an achievement for reading all the tips up until this point. So we'll exit. And we'll save. And we'll save. And chapter 11. Okay, there has to be like one more chapter left. Because I know we're not that far from the end of the story. Why did I exit out of that like a dork? Alright, let's get back onto this. Because my brain was like, oh yeah, let's exit. Because surely that will get me back to the front menu. Are we good? Okay, yeah, we're good. Continue. Yes. Close. Continue. Load. That's what I meant to do. Continue. Guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. But I tried to stay awake all night, but there were definitely gaps in my memory. I guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake in the panic at night. We're not done yet! That's just a hiccup. Yeah. Ma'am, are you actually ready to go to bed, or are you just faking me out for a 4th time? Ma'am. Okay, spent the night hugging the metal bat, sat at the top of my futon, used to barricade my door. Waiting, watching, in case someone tried to break through my window. I left a spot someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying and attack me. But if I stopped watching the window, someone would break through the glass and attack me. I tried telling myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't sleep. Thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. Sleep meant taking that risk. I didn't need it. So much better to just stay awake. At some point during that endless cycle of nodding off and jodeling awake, light began to shine outside. That was it. It wasn't so much morning as it was just the sun simply having risen. I snuck a peek out through the curtains. Rena was gone. Couldn't see her anymore, no matter how hard I looked. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. The night was finally over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired, but I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. Still had time, but I needed to make my own breakfast, so I'd better get started soon. So skipping school was also an option. My mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved in leaving my house was incalculable. Staying here holed up was probably my safest option. Staying here wouldn't solve anything. Oishi-san said it wouldn't help me without cold hard evidence. I'm actually going to check something real quick. I want to see how many Steam achievements are available for this game to give me an indication. Alright, so library. That. And check these real quick. Alright, just got a little bit more to go. So let's go. Alright, first, one more attempt at cat. She said no. Oishi-san wouldn't help me without cold hard evidence. Bop. Bop. Neither he nor my parents. So unless I found some sort of proof, these restless nights would never end. I stretched my body, tilted my head back, and closed my eyes just like I did every morning. I regulated my breathing and regained my senses. Calm down, Keiichi Maribara. Let's go to school. Let's wait until they set their trap for me. That didn't mean I was just going to twiddle my thumbs. I needed to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates on any cars that drive by. If I see someone suspicious, check their clothes and face. I wasn't just protecting myself, I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. The tension was similar to when two samurai were both aiming to slay each other with a single motion as they drew their katanas. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. I finally felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. All right, let's go to school. I tightened my grip on Satoshi's bat. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, please, lend me your strength. Oh. As I entrust your dying regrets to me, since you were probably murdered. I'll make sure to dispel them. With renewed resolve, I checked the clock. Still early. Of course I was going to school by myself today. If I didn't want to run into Rana or Mion, I needed to leave now. Well, we're probably on the final chapter. I've got 3 more achievements, but one of them is the after party for finishing the chapter. So, meaning the game. So I think we're getting there. Still haven't put my cat to bed, though. She's being stubborn. Shattered fragments of the cupboard were still strewn all over the entryway. Right. I meant to clean that up last night, but never got around to it with the phone call and everything. My parents came back and saw this while I was at school. I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I tried to clean it up now, and considering that what would happen if I ran into Rana or Mion, wouldn't be too late to clean it up after I got back home. Making extra certain that the doors were locked, I left the house. The uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the washer. Today I was going to school in a tracksuit. By wearing a different outfit this morning, my mind was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. I had a hunch. Today might be the day I get killed. Keep your guard up, Keiichi Maribara. The only one who gets to decide today is my last day, is me. I spent the morning practicing my swing, like it was in my natural routine. After a while, Rana arrived at school. Our eyes met, but we said nothing. Rana said nothing about last night, as if it never happened. I could see that those events were real by the wounds carved into her fingers. Just heard her telling Satoko and the others that the bandages were from hurting herself in the kitchen. No, it wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Oishi-san shared about Rena's incident before her transfer played vividly in my mind. Now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Rena as a cute, ideal girl. Kei-chan, I see that you're still aiming for nationals. It was Mion. I had already sensed her approach, so I wasn't that surprised. Oh, Mion. If you understand, then leave me alone. I'm busy practicing. I gave her a curt reply without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bat an even wider swing, tacked on keeping Mion from getting any closer. Hey, Kei-chan, take it easy. I think Mion got the message, but she still urged me to give it a rest. Homeroom's not that far off, is it? Just let me finish practicing. Swung the bat even harder as a sign of my refusal. Kei-chan, when did you get into baseball? Just recently. Recently? You mean yesterday? Don't ask if you already know. Oh dear. That's a very unsportsmanlike reply. You're distracting me. Go away. I ignored Mion and kept swinging. Normally she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this. Alright, I'm gonna reposition myself so I can take a drink. No, you cannot have the microphone. Excuse me, I need that. Ma'am, no. Pardon that. Little nerd tried to eat the cover off my microphone. Oh, I will do some compliments for you. You incredibly sweet person, you. You're just... let's see. What can I say about Soul that hasn't already been said? Other than you're really nice, and I appreciate your interest and sense of humor, and I think you're neat, and I would like to get to know you a little bit more. And I hope you're doing okay. Alright. Madly bored. Good, I'm glad. But Mion just stood there, waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. I didn't sense any hostility. But we were at school, in plain view. I doubt she'd suddenly attack me here. Or was that too naive? Still, I was starting to get tired. You're starting to get tired. I think I've been going for like 6 hours. Still, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to take a break and hear her out. You need me for something, right? What is it? 5 hours. Nice. That's probably my longest stream. But I said I was gonna finish it, and I'm gonna finish it. Oh, well, thank you. Even the awkward breaks. With this stubborn cat who doesn't want to go to bed at the usual time. But that's okay. Well, thank you. As I stopped swinging, I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. I cursed my lack of exercise. At this rate, I might not be able to move as needed when the time came. I should probably keep practicing in my swings to build up stamina in addition to as an excuse to carry the bat around. Well, it's nothing important. If you're tired, I can ask again later. Now it's fine. I'm only dealing with you right now because I judged the situation to be safe. Talking to you alone and away from others, that's out of the question. Well, Mian was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words. But unlike Oishi-san, it didn't look like she was going to talk about something I'd rather not hear. Mian was puzzled, trying to find the right way to say it. She gave a hearty laugh to break herself out of that mire. This old man's just no good at this stuff. Having a poor vocabulary hurts. What's with this all of a sudden? If you have something to say, just say it. Stop it. Stop that swinging. She got straight to the point. Her request was so frank, I didn't understand it for a moment. I had already stopped swinging to listen to her, hadn't I? Just stopped, didn't I? It's not what I meant. I want today to be the last day you swing that bat. I'm sorry. Give me some time to understand what she was asking for. What's wrong with swinging a bat? Why? It's none of your business, is it? I'm not bothering anyone, am I? You are. Ian said it flat out. That didn't make any sense. And that was really irritating. When did it bother anybody? Mian was at a loss for words. But she finally made up her mind and spoke. Though she stuttered as she said it. Because Kei-chan, that's someone else's bat. You shouldn't borrow it without permission. It was left behind by a student who transferred, right? I'm just borrowing it until he comes back for it. Huh? Yeah, he transferred. And grew uncharacteristically flustered. That made it all too clear his transfer was a lie. But strange, isn't it? For the older brother to transfer by himself, while his little sister stayed behind. Anne couldn't hide her reaction, as my words shook her up. Kei-chan, you knew? Satoshi Hojo. Stoko's older brother, right? One demoned away last year. Unable to respond to that, Mion fell silent. Ren asked the same thing. Why did you start swinging that bat? She told me Satoshi did the same thing. Practicing his swings. Right up before he went missing. So this is some kind of omen for Yashiro-sama's curse? Shh. Mion panicked and looked around. Please, Kei-chan, don't mention Oyashiro-sama so recklessly. I don't believe in him, but the others very much do. Rana especially. Dangerously so. Anyway, you're scaring everyone. If you're just fooling around, then stop it. You have to stop acting like Satoshi. I was the one who was scared. Who do I have to thank for taking up this bat in the first place? I was still unsettled knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. It would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own decisions. I'll say this now. I don't know anything about Satoshi. After all, you didn't tell me anything about him. I didn't mean to hide it. You're hiding the incidents that happen every year. You were hiding the incidents that happened every year, weren't you? That's because we didn't want to, You didn't want to scare me? That's your reason for leaving me out? No, we didn't mean to. Mion, I asked you directly if something happened at that dam, didn't I? And you told me nothing happened. And someone was dismembered and murdered. You lied to me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. Friends don't hide things from each other, right? Isn't that right? And you all aren't my friends. Hey-chan, Mion looked helpless and flustered. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? I never could have imagined Mion acting like this. Oh, by the way, those get-well mochi you brought the other day, they were good. I thought I was going to bleed. Who did it? You? Or Rena? Me. She admitted it so easily. I couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was. You could have killed me. How could you do that to a friend? But it was just a little prank. Mion gave me a wry smile, with a mix of confusion causing even more anger to swell up inside me. Think that was a prank? Grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a piece of mochi. It was a needle. A sewing needle. I had swallowed that, and it had lodged in my throat. What did she think would happen? Mion's face froze as her body rattled in fear. This wasn't the Mion Sonozaki I knew anymore. Anyways, you're not my friend. There's no reason for me to listen to someone who's not my friend. So just leave me alone for a while. Got it? Mion wasn't replying anymore. It won't be that easy to erase me, you know. Cops have been onto you from the start. So don't think you can make me disappear like you did Satoshi. I said it clearly. This was my declaration of war. I think you guys are suspects in the previous incidents, too. also know you spent a lot of time with the cops ever since the anti-dam movement. Don't think you can hide it from me. Got that? How do you know? Mion stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face. That's when I heard the principal ringing the bell for school. It's time for the morning homeroom. Let's go. Class representative needs to be there, right? At that moment, for the first time, I realized Mion was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks. You're so mean, Kei-chan. I wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. I had no need to feel guilty. I'm going. Don't be late for homeroom. I left Mion, still shaking as I turned around to head to the entrance. I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. It was a faint mutter, as if she was speaking to herself. So that's how it is. Huh? She wasn't saying it to anyone. It was Mion talking to herself. It was a sobbing voice that had kind of a giddy cursing tone. I inadvertently stopped and turned back towards her. It was. That bastard. He leaked it all to Kei-chan. She balled up her fists as her tears continued to rain down. She glared at the spot on the ground with a terrifying yet smiling face, cursing. A chill ran down my spine from that demonic expression. Mion's transformation, was different from Rena's. Should have killed him back then. Forgot the mercy I showed him just because he was going to retire this year. Retiring this year. She's talking about Oishi-san? Damn it. I'm going to kill that damned old man. Like the air itself was beginning to distort. With Mion at the center, the world had begun to twist and spiral, bending, whirling. That was the first time I'd experienced such a savage vistage. Rise, attention. Mion made up an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. After that, neither Rena or Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day. Neither Sortoko nor Rika-chan looked me in the eye. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everything just went back to the way it was. Months since I transferred in had almost been too much fun. That was all. It was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today it felt oddly refreshing. Bell rung, sounding at the end of the monotonous school day, which had felt so tense yet so dull. It would cause a lot of unpleasant memories if they asked me to join in the club activities. I promptly started preparing to go home, without even looking at them. Stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag, wrapped my hand around Satoshi's now familiar bat, and began heading toward the entrance. Hi, Irie, how you doing? Hugs for you, too. I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today and the tiring possibility of the same thing repeating tomorrow. But deep down inside me, far beneath, in the recesses of my heart, achingly, I knew this would be the last day of this cycle. Couldn't tell how the ending would be, whether it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless, in my current state, there was something more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? Why did it come to this? Why? For what purpose? Sunlight was relentless. The sun, the heat, even the air. It wouldn't give me my answers. Could it be the cries of the Higurashi were desperately trying to tell me something? Somewhere, mixed in with all their shrieks, Tomitake-san and Satoshi were also probably trying to tell me something. I simply hadn't been able to realize it yet. When I do realize it, I wonder if I will be amongst the Higurashi fruitlessly crying to the next victim. Glancing down at my feet, I saw a Higurashi on its back, spasming weakly. Bleh, bleh, bleh. There's still much of summer left, yet this one was already chirping its last song. I couldn't tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened. But I had to try. I had to try to listen to what it was desperately trying to tell me. At that moment, the shrills of the Higurashi ceased all at once. Yeah, Higurashi is the Japanese word for cicadas? And umineko is the word for seagull. So yeah, the actual insects. As if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who brought them their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. Yeah, that one. I never know how to pronounce it correctly. Yeah, I think it's cicadas. But oh, cool. There was no mistaking it. Presence was approaching. Sound of footsteps was almost non-existent. The Higurashi hadn't warned me. By ending their chirping, I wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me in a heartbeat. In its place was a rush of adrenaline that sharpened all my senses. I was just barely able to hold back that creeping, suffocating feeling of horror in this horror game. It wasn't something I could hold back for long. In this moment, when I needed to be razor sharp, I was able to retain my composure. I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. I hid myself calmly amongst the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Could I get them to pass by me? No, since I was able to hear their footsteps, they were probably able to hear mine. I might have already been able to tell that I'd been hidden myself and was holding my breath. The person tailing me was Reina, just like yesterday. If it was Reina, I wouldn't hold back. I couldn't just yell at her and make her go ahead like yesterday. If it wasn't Reina, it would depend on how they acted, I guess. Footsteps ambled closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted the grip on the bat. I could tell that the fear that I had beaten back once was now waiting for another opening to come at me. Who could it be? I peeked up from behind the tree at the person following me. My imagination hadn't led me astray. It was Rana. It was a bit of a relief as I realized it was someone I knew, but that feeling left me in an instant. This wasn't the same Rana that I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless. Her mouth appeared as if it was carved into a crescent. Yes, it looked like she was grinning slightly. And in her right hand was an axe. I hid myself behind the tree once again, recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. What was that just now? Embodiment of terror, laid bare. Baseball practice in my swing, there were tons of excuses for me to be carrying a bat. But for an axe? There was no excuse for that. Axe. Just like that? Ichi-kun, are you playing hide and seek? I wonder. My heart was pounding. Hard enough that I had trouble breathing. What little composure I had been able to hold on to was now crushed. In its place, a cold sweat glistened forth, covering my entire body, letting me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Not good, not good, not good. I wasn't able to hide myself completely. She already knew I was here. Were you trying to scare me, I wonder? I wonder. Decided that it would be better to reveal myself now, since there was still space between us, than to allow Rana to come any closer. I just my grip on the bat again, readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree. I found you, Keiichi-kun. And I was pleased that she found me, eliciting a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes told me she was displeased by the fact that I had been hiding. Those eyes were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. Not good. In my stomach, some sort of vicious hot and cold substance began spreading around. If I allowed it, the substance would slip into my bloodstream and undoubtedly freeze all the organs in my body. Not good, not good. I'll be devoured by Rena at this rate. Strike back. Don't lose. What is it? I blustered, hiding behind my bravado. But Rena didn't flinch one bit. Just the same as Keiichi-kun. I'm heading home. What about the axe? And what about that bat you're holding? I'm practicing my swing. Then I'm treasure hunting. And I gave a flippant excuse as to why she had such a fearsome weapon. Treasure hunting? At the treasure mountain near the dam site. I found a new cute thing. So I need this to dig it out. How could I believe that? Wouldn't believe it, would you? Rena's laugh was so obviously very strange. I'd seen Rena transformations many times before. But this one today was completely different. Like her mischievous tone and the shrewd glint in her eyes. It wasn't something that was roundabout. I'm not sure what to say. It's just so obvious. Wait, Keiichi-kun? Rena didn't stop walking, even as she let out an eerie laugh. Whenever Rena got too close to me, I would scurry away and turn back towards her. The cycle repeated over and over. No matter how you look at it, I was being chased by Rena and was trying to escape. Don't follow me! Can't do that. My house is this way, after all. When I met with Rena on this road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my commands. But today was different, and I didn't show any hint of trepidation. Actually, wasn't I the one who was cowering? The way home for Rena was the same. That's fine. I could just change my route. That'd work out, wouldn't it? Into a side street I'd never been down and knew little about. Rena saw me do that and followed me while laughing. Why? Aren't you going home? Just go home down the street you normally do. Why would you follow me down this weird little side road? Those thoughts screamed in my head, eventually spilling out of my mouth. Why are you following me? Tone of my voice already tinged with terror. Because I want to talk to Keiichi-kun. Keiichi-kun wants to talk to Rena too, doesn't he? I want to talk about anything with you. That's a lie, isn't it? There's something you want to ask me about, isn't there? Not at all. I have nothing to talk about with you. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Lies? His scream echoed, starting some nearby birds into flight. Cringed with fear. The only thing I knew I could do was increase my pace. Stop, Keiichi-kun. Talk. Why was I running down this unfamiliar and deserted street? Does Keiichi-kun have something he's worried about? Nothing at all. I'm not worried about anything. Lies! Even though I was running, even though Rena was walking, I wasn't getting any farther away. Pepe Le Pew logic, Keiichi. I know. I really do know. You're scared, aren't you, Keiichi-kun? I'm not scared. I'm not scared of anything. Lies? breathing grew heavy as I felt my legs were giving out from beneath me. And I wasn't even breaking a sweat. I'll listen. This time I'll listen. I had no idea who she was talking about or what exactly she wanted to do. This time I'll listen. It will be different from that time with Satoshi-kun. She said Satoshi's name. I turned back for a moment. But even as I did, Rena was still advancing. Couldn't afford to stop. Satoshi-kun was worried too. Looked like he was having such a hard time. But I didn't listen. It was so sad. The street connect too. All these twists and turns up and downs. It's hard to believe this was even remotely the direction towards my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out the window. Mine's always been out the window. What are you talking about? I really regretted that when Satoshi-kun transferred out. I thought that if I had listened, he might not have transferred out. I really regretted that. The road led me deeper into the forest. Wasn't I getting farther away from the village the more I ran? I lost more and more of my composure the more I thought about it. But despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbingly calm. So you see, I vowed. I vowed that if there was someone struggling like Satoshi-kun did, I'd save them. I don't want to see anyone transfer out again. Damn it. What does transfer even mean? I won't let you transfer me. I won't end up the same as Satoshi. Come on, Keiichi-kun, talk to me. I'll be able to understand you, Keiichi-kun. I'm your ally. I started wheezing out of breath. My lungs were so hot that they felt like they were going to explode. My heart was beating as hard as it possibly could. I should have practiced running instead of my swing. Couldn't even afford to scoff at this stupid thought. Keiichi-kun doesn't have anything to worry about. He'll go back to normal. Everyone will be back to being friends, and we can enjoy club activities again. Next time, we'll team up and beat Mii-chan. Yeah, how much fun would that be? And I couldn't even imagine how much I had wished I could turn back the clock these past few days. It'd be nice to me again, too. I want to go searching for treasure again. This time, I'll prepare a nice lunch. Actually, we could just go right now. Let's go up to the dam site together. I'll show you the cute thing I just found. I'm sure you'll like it, too. My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my legs wobbled and faltered. Out on my heels, Rena's steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being traced by Rena. Well, that chat took a turn. Anyway, being chased. She caught me. It was all over. I realized that instinctively. I didn't even begin to think of what the end would entail. Just that if I was caught, it was all over. That's all I knew. Didn't matter how it was going to end. I wouldn't let it end. Not without knowing anything. Not yet. What I want to know is when this cat's going to go to bed. A momentary lapse was all it took. All the things that could have happened, my knees buckled underneath, and I crumbled towards the ground. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. Excuse me. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself up, but Rena was already standing right in front of me. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted, Rena was so cool and composed that she could have froze the air around her. She wasn't breathing hard at all. Rather, I couldn't even sense if her heart was beating. Are you afraid of something, I wonder? It's not like you to tremble, Keiichi-kun. Her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes. That mask of affection. As she admonished me for trembling, Rena's hands deftly slipped over her head. Blur of arms as they moved made me feel as if I was standing on staring at the godliness of the thousand-armed Buddha. Then, as both her hands met above her head, the axe she held came into focus. I stared up at it in disbelief. It was all I could do. Tell me, what happened to Satoshi? Rena stayed like that for a bit, with the axe raised above her head, and solemnly opened her mouth. It was as if she was expressing a farewell to a friend she'd never see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions. I told you. Satoshi-kun transferred. Out. Enough of that transfer crap. It means demoned away, doesn't it? Doesn't it? And tell me now, can't you? Who made Satoshi disappear? Was it you? Mion? Or someone in the village? Answer me! I became frantic the more I screamed, but Rena did nothing but maintain that smile frozen on her face. I have no idea what Keiichi-kun is talking about. And I'll say it in a way that so you do. Who was the perpetrator of this chain of mysterious deaths? Seem to be confused, Keiichi-kun. What? There's no human perpetrator. Everything is by Oyashiro-sama's will. Is it Oyashiro-sama's curse just superstition? You believe in that too? Not about believing or not. Oyashiro-sama exists. Period. Rena's gaze grew even more, Geeled? The ferocity of her stare was so intense, not allowing me to question anything. There's just no way something like Oyashiro-sama could exist. You don't believe? No Yashiro-sama? There's no way I could believe it. There's no way it could exist. It exists. Oyashiro-sama exists. Keiichi-kun should have felt it personally. I never felt something like that. Keiichi-kun, haven't you felt someone apologizing to you before? Constantly on top of that? All noises from the outside world disappeared. Only Rena's voice resounded loudly and terribly. See, until you forgive them, they'll always be with you. At school? At home? At your bedside? I couldn't understand what Rena was saying. It came to me too. Oyashiro-sama did. That's why I transferred and came back to Hinamizawa. I don't understand. Just transferred even mean? What is Rena saying? Did Oyashiro-sama come to you as well, Keiichi-kun? I'm probably the only one you can confide in. I won't let you transfer out, okay? Ah! Rena's demented laughter clanged around inside my head. Was Rena saying Oyashiro-sama came to her as well? That's right. Last night, I'd heard about it when I asked about Rena. Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested? Yoshi-san began speaking. Neither the victims nor the school filed a complaint. Yeah, that whole thing. Nobody intervened. Not credible. Said there were victims. Nope. Nope. Rena Ryugu attacked 3 boys using a metal bat. 2 of them made it up with only bruises, but the other had been injured so badly that one of his eyes was permanently damaged. Wouldn't that be considered assault? Shouldn't the police have arrested her? For whatever reason, the victim never pressed charges. There was no report to the police, so... So they were beaten with the bat and suffered significant injuries. Normally there would be a criminal investigation. Why didn't they press charges? I tried asking the 3 male victims for their side of the story, but they were all reluctant. Hard to say, but they were afraid. Even after she transferred schools. Yushi-san, could you summarize it starting from the beginning? Yes, kitty kitty? Yeah. Yeah. I know. I know. I know. Meow. I know. Rena hit people while she broke the windows. Or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored again? I know. I know. You who doesn't want to go to bed. Yes. I love her scraggly little meow. After she got bored of hitting people. Sounded similar, but the meanings were drastically different. On an undisclosed date, Rena Ryugu was conversing with 3 male students, a close friend of hers, near the pool storage shed. Who were these 3? I can't reveal their names, but they were close to Rena Ryugu, and it seems they were a group of friends. She was the lone girl in their group. So it wasn't that strange for the 4 of them were together. So it happened. I don't know the reason why. She took the baseball team's bat that was in the pool storage shed and beat the 3 of them down, one after the other. What? There were no witnesses. There was an account pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. One day after school, Rena and the 3 male students were at the pool storage shed, talking together. They weren't seeking help, rather, they usually met up there. It appears it became a heated discussion. At that time, Rena underwent a change. Change was so abrupt that the 3 of them didn't comprehend what was happening. Then, taking the metal bat, she attacked her friends, one after another, leaving her friends covered in blood, with gashes on their heads. She made her way towards the school building. Broke the glass windows one after another. A few minutes later, a teacher appeared on the scene and subdued her. What was that change Rena underwent? What matches up with the statements of the 3 students was a sudden change. The point there was a transformation. Transformation. So could recall Rena's transformations. I'd seen that change many times before, but it was so different from the usual Rena that I couldn't help but believe that it was someone else who looked like Rena. That transformation they're talking about, had it happened before? No, there was nothing like that. As far as I could find out, in her medical history and past, there was nothing like that. Does it happen that often? When people suddenly change like Rena did? Of course it does. There are plenty of psychological phenomena that could cause something like that. Then you're saying it was a dormant element that Rena that had caused the transformation? I cannot say that for certain. According to the statement of her friends, it's hard to believe she had such a side to her. Kind, caring, and adorable. And before she transferred here, she was probably pretty popular in school like she was now. That girl transformed suddenly and assaulting them with a bat. Who could imagine such a thing? Nobody could have seen it coming. I, myself, sometimes believe that I was mistaken in thinking that it was Rena, even now. And what happened after that? There's a hospital right across the school, so the 3 of them were carried there and treated quickly. What about Rena? What about the police? Why wasn't there a criminal investigation? You see, the police can't get involved unless they are called. Even though one of them was badly injured with permanent damage? Why didn't they file charges? That's what caught my attention as well. Either some threat or pressure was placed on them. They had a reason they couldn't file charges, even if they wanted to. We're talking about you, after all. Of course you looked into it, didn't you? Well, yeah. But I told you at the beginning, didn't I? The victims were all very reluctant to talk. They didn't want to touch the matter, or rather, they didn't want to be involved. Reluctant to talk. Didn't want to touch it. Didn't want to be involved. Resembled the villagers here in Oyashiro-sama's curse. Did the teacher at the school tell you anything? The school is hallowed ground. You could say they tend to keep scandals under wraps. Didn't have a search warrant, so I had to tread lightly, you see. Then there was no comment from the school? No. They denied the incident ever happened. It's just 3 male students were carried in for blunt force trauma that day. That's all there was in the hospital records. Victims didn't speak, the school denied it happened. And you don't know anything at all? Yeah, I know nothing other than the incident itself had taken place. The victims also wish that this incident be kept from the public. So if you and I both forget about it, Maebara-san, this incident will probably just fade away. For a brief period, we sat in silence. At first glance, it looked like a simple assault case. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. Depths were obscured by the rolling waves, sinking quietly into the void, as if it had never existed to begin with. After that, she was suspended by the school. During that time, she underwent psychiatric counseling. Did you hear anything from the doctor? Again, they were very professional in regards to their ethics, or at least very tight-lipped. Nothing, even after you showed them your badge. I was told to get a warrant. Badge itself has no is not legally binding authority after all. Then how do you know that Rina confessed that it was Oyashiro-sama who did it? There was a nurse I asked in that department. Agreed to help me just from showing me my showing her my badge. Then what did she say? Turns out the nurse hadn't heard everything. Apparently all she remembered was what she overheard inside the room. The nurse said at the time, Rena Ryugu was very calm and mild-mannered. More like she was confessing her sins at church than a counseling session. She spoke with her mother there for some of it, but partway through, her mother was asked to leave, so it became a private counseling session between just the doctor and Rena for a while. The part with Oyashiro-sama, when did that pop up? Partway through. She screamed the name suddenly. That startled the nurse and asked and that's why she started listening in. It was Oyashiro-sama. I suddenly shouted that. I had no idea what was said before that, so I had no idea the meaning behind it could have been. The doctor calmly and collectedly asked Rena to have a seat. What is this Oyashiro-sama you speak of? Gently, ever so gently. The fundamentals of counseling were believing what you were told. Whoever abandons Hinamizawa will be hunted down by Oyashiro-sama. And they finally gotten to me. It's the town you lived in before you moved here, right? Isn't it, Ryugu-san? Didn't want to move, but because of my mom and dad's circumstances, we had to. But Oyashiro-sama wouldn't allow it. Ryugu-san must have had lots of friends in Hinamizawa. Even now you must be missing them dearly, don't you think? I want to go back. Back to Hinamizawa. No, it's not that I want to go back. I have to go back. I should have gone back much sooner. But now it's too late. Oyashiro-sama has come. Oyashiro-sama is the name of the god in Hinamizawa, isn't that right? Everyone knows it's Hinamizawa's guardian deity. And if you ever try abandoning Hinamizawa, by leaving, you'll incur his wrath. You'd moved quite a while ago, didn't you? And it was just now that the god has arrived, you're saying? You might not believe me, but Oyashiro-sama exists. The nurse was asked about by another nurse to do something and left the room. That's all she remembered. That's what Oyashiro-sama is doing, right? To believe there is some kind of superstition in Hinamizawa. that if you leave the village, then you incur Oyashiro-sama's wrath. Incur. You should be familiar with this part, Maebara-san. I know very well what those scorned by the village have incurred. He endured the dam construction project. They cursed the construction foreman to his death. In the following year, Satoka's parents, supporters, leading advocates for the dam, were cursed to their death. But that was the first time I heard of this curse incurred by leaving the village. It's my first time hearing that. I can understand outside threats being cursed by the village, but why also villagers who leave? Normally people who leave villages aren't supposed to be cursed, right? I know it's a bit strange to say, but I could see it as a rule to the people who come in and the ones who would be cursed. Far from Jupiter, far from his thunder. Curses weren't something to chase after people that leave, were they? Oishi-san pondered for a bit, speaking on the other end of the receiver, then began speaking again. Well, I told you of long ago when Hinamizawa was called Onikakushi, didn't I? I recalled hearing that. Long ago, Hinamizawa was feared and respected as the village of ogres. The villagers at the foot of the mountain worshipped those ogres. So Onikakushi was hollowed ground where you could never enter. It came to be said that if you entered carelessly, you were cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Those who set foot in Onikakushi, in other words, Hinamizawa, would be cursed. I could understand that. I knew that. But leaving to also be no good, that's also the ogres, you see. Yes! Yes! They were being strictly watched by Oyashiro-sama, so they wouldn't enter our world. In other words, Oyashiro-sama probably restricted interactions between Onikakushi and the rest of the world. I see. Finally understood what sort of thing Oyashiro-sama was. So basically, Oyashiro-sama is more like a warden than a protectorate deity, I guess. Trying to keep this place isolated from the rest of the world. Guess that's how it would seem. I'm sorry, I don't know very much myself. This is mostly what passed on from me from my grandmother. I could understand it a bit better if it was like that. Those who came to Hinamizawa would be cursed, and those who tried to leave would be cursed. So because Rena originally lived in Hinamizawa and moved away, she fulfilled the requirements for being cursed. That means because Rena moved away against her wishes, she was cursed by Oyashiro-sama? Is that how it adds up? In short, that seems to be what points to it, I guess. As a matter of fact, soon afterwards, they did move back to Hinamizawa after all. Those who abandoned Hinamizawa were left to be cursed. But then, why only Rena? Shouldn't Rena's parents also have been guilty of the same transgression of moving and having been cursed? Excuse me while I football my cat. And get a snack, so we're gonna do another little BRB. Alright, I actually got her in the room, so we're good. She's probably not gonna like if she hears my voice, but she can deal with that. Ah, it was kitty bedtime. Because usually what I do when I'm working is her hard bedtime is around 9 o'clock, and so I can sleep. But so yeah, we're gonna finish this. So help me, we're gonna finish this. Parents also being cursed. Also, in this day and age in Japan, shouldn't there be a lot of people coming and going? Every single one of them was cursed, then it'd be insane. But in reality, it wasn't that big a deal at all. At most, there would be one person dying and one person disappearing on the day of the Onikakushi. I don't like saying at most, though. Well, anyways, there's a lot I still don't know. Even if it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, it doesn't add up as to why her classmates, the victims who were beaten with a metal bat, wouldn't press charges. You don't think the victims were cowering because they believed in that terrible curse had befallen them, do you? Of course I don't want to believe it. But more importantly, I had just realized something else. It was another bizarre connection that Rena made between Oyashiro-sama's curse and metal bats. No, she fell victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse and went missing. I had recently learned that Satoshi had also become infatuated with the metal bat right before he disappeared, just like me. And Rana as well. She was affected by Oyashiro-sama's curse. She confessed as much to the doctor. And that weapon which she had used at the time of that horrendous act was again a metal bat. Finally, me. I encountered various things that were inexplicable, but now I was holding on to a metal bat. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. It couldn't be. Had the same thing happened to Rena? There was one crucial difference between her and Satoshi's cases. That being, Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse, but Rena was still here. Both of them had fallen victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse, and yet they were met with different endings. Finally, me. Couldn't call it a coincidence anymore. Rena, Satoshi, and finally me. Could it be that I was really under Oyashiro-sama's curse right now? No, more importantly than that, what could I do now? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanishing without a trace. And I was fine. Fine? And I had undergone a change. I could only believe that there was something that wasn't Rena residing within her. And here, right now, it was standing before me. Rena, please tell me. What will happen to me? Rena stood imposing, not answering. Satoshi disappeared. But Rena didn't disappear. So what will happen to me? I never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. It had become to akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of feeling. Don't worry. I'll save you. Rena took one step forward, still holding the axe high above her head. Now then. One step closer, Rena's face spread out to fill my vision. Speak. One step closer. Rena's nose was close enough to touch mine, and was still pushing closer. There's something you want to say, isn't there? I'll listen. I'll save you. Okay? Speak. Okay? Speak. Okay? I slumped down, landing squarely on my butt. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It was all I could do to get as far away from Rena. Oh, it's still going. We're just gonna pretend like that kept going. I had a gut feeling that I couldn't let her laughter end. Because when that laughter ended, the moment I picked up on that feeling, my body moved by instinct. I sprang to my feet as fast as I could, and I pushed Rena away, with both hands. Rena was light as a feather. Thrown about by the unbalanced weight of the axe, she was sent backwards, as if she had been carried off by the wind. After confirming that that was out of the corner of my eye, I dashed off at full speed. It was the perfect picture, fleeing like a greased pig. Get away from Rena. Run away. Survive. I couldn't think of anything other than this. While I was running, I remember I'd been holding onto the bat this entire time. Such a worthless weapon. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten about this weapon at such an important time. I sped even further down the winding path. Didn't even feel myself gasping for breath or my legs getting heavy. My body understood it as well. I didn't run away from here. I wouldn't live. I hear that laughter at the simulacrum of Rena coming from behind me. It rang through the trees in my head and slowly chiseled away at my sanity. What little you had left. The grub of the trees thinned out, my field of vision suddenly expanding. Or was this? For a moment, I was bewildered by the scenery. I felt I knew I couldn't quite remember. I quickly realized it was the dam site. The fact that I had dashed madly, ended up in a place like this, gave me a bad feeling. It was like I was following someone's scripted plot. Like a game plot, perhaps? I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. This was a terrible spot for somebody to run, but there was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. The muscles of my legs were screaming, but I didn't care. I stopped, then I might not be able to scream for much longer. And still, I glanced back, looking for an excuse to rest. Rena wasn't here. Instead, I saw two villagers walking around. I breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Rena, but a third party, except that the voice inside me rang the alarm once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious in themselves, but it bothered me. They both wore rough-looking clothes. Empty-handed, they definitely gave the impression that they were just out for a walk. But at this time of day, two adults wandering around without a purpose, it was enough to raise questions. But more than anything else, those eyes. They weren't chit-chatting while walking. We were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction. Was I at the end of my rope, and had I finally started imagining things? Started? What do you think the last 3 hours have been? I should run away. That was probably the best choice. They weren't involved. I'd lose them easily by running. They were part of the group after me, and they would come running after me. Either way, unless I hurried up, Rena would catch up with me. That's right, I was going to run. Deciding that, the moment I began to turn tail, both of them rushed towards me, as if they knew exactly what I was thinking. Somewhere inside me, I jumped to the conclusion that Rena was the only one I needed to be afraid of. I made the assumption that I didn't need to fear anything else. Right now, I realized just how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story Oishi-san told me about the demons all leaving the village, taunt prey, floated back into my mind. Felt they were both coming after me without even turning around because of their frenetic footsteps. It's frightening being unable to shake off Rena as she slowly closed in on me. This didn't even compare. Being pursued with such violent ferocity, the straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuer's arms grazed my shoulder. That wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also the distant sound of their breathing that I could hear. No, I couldn't. I could practically feel them breathing on me. They were already right behind me. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding area go still. No, I felt like time itself had stopped. I turned my head back slightly, in that frozen world, realizing how close my pursuers had gotten to me. I couldn't win against the legs of an adult. In less than the time that it would take to blink twice, when this frozen time began moving again, they'd be right on top of me. On top of me. And then... Don't think about that, Keiichi. First realize that you won't be able to shake them off like this. The fact that you can't get away was a given. You need to make a decision. Go with the right leg, or with the left. You just need to decide which one. Let's go with the left. The moment I decided that, the temporal singularity burst into pieces. Right. Left. Swung the bat in a wide arc with my right arm. Using the inertia, I stopped the sudden spin. Stopped and suddenly spun. What? Two of them were clearly startled, momentarily losing sight of me, and their outstretched arms ready to grab me, instead grasped at an empty space. And on the right, I applauded him for being able to figure it out, spun around on the spot where I shouldn't have been, and faced me in astonishment. But it was too late. Didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned around. By no means a heavy blow, but it seemed like having enough power to knock him off his feet. Just knocking him down was enough to scare him away. Or wasn't enough to scare him away. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance. They were ready to face me. This made it certain that they weren't just two people out for a walk. They were clearly after me. Much easier than dealing with Rena. Just by not recognizing their faces, by not knowing them, it made things easier. I smiled wryly on the inside. What do you want with me? Next step is going to be right in your face, you bastard. It's fine, if it's just a bluff. Barking them out, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. They spread out either side of me with unbelievably calm expressions on their faces. One of them would grab onto my bat and the other would hold me down. Wasn't that their plan? Both of them at once. It'd be impossible. Hot sweat poured in every pore of my body. And I'd have to settle with the first move. I'd step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man on the right, who had already been knocked down before, I stepped in and swung with all my might. There was no way an unknown person could guard against it. It would cause immense damage. Blocked it down with their arm, the bone would snap like a twig, and if they turned their back to it, it was possible that the blow would all travel all the way down to their vital organs. Keiichi, calm down. It looked like he was aware of this. Pushed farther through the kill zone between us, and delivered a fist right into my gut. Not good. With the distance in this position in this state, there was no way for me to dodge it. Wha-bam. world flipped upside down, and I understood that I was being tossed like a rag doll. I landed on the soft earth without a sound, feeling the grainy soil pressed against my face. Didn't hurt at all. The moment I thought that, I suddenly felt coming from the abrasions on my skin, as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upward, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. I knew very well that I didn't have the time to relish this experience. I stood up as quickly as I could, but that moment, the other man was already barreling towards me. Being unable to comprehend calmly that I simply couldn't dodge it made it all the more upsetting. After flying into my stomach full force once again, the assailant twisted behind me and locked a thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like it was being crushed by his intense strength. I didn't even contemplate that I was being strangled or that I was about to go unconscious. My vision simply darkened. A silent, whining noise playing deep inside my mind. Everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. While this was happening, the other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I was unable to open my eyes, but I could feel that he was there. There was nothing I could do now. Unable to shake the arm off of me, I couldn't run, couldn't fight back. Dire straits. I couldn't even come up with a phrase that adequately described my situation, or was also a band and a JoJo character. A familiar ceiling. Smell of the bed and pillows. I knew them well. Was this my room? Normally there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me, but the presence made me spring wide awake. When did that pain shot through? When I did that, pain shot through my entire body. Feeling alright? I think you'd better just lie down for a bit. I was Rena in my room. I began to search through my muscles and capillaries. But Rena's smile belonged to the Rena I knew well. I knew I wouldn't let myself feel this way, but I relaxed, thinking that this was the version of Rena was safe. Why am I... Don't you remember? After losing consciousness, nothing at all. My body had become more lethargic than I could ever have imagined. I guess that would be the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. I tried to at least clear my head, but I couldn't shake the sluggish feeling out of my mind. I called the doctor. He should be here soon. I think you'd just better lie down until then. I wasn't injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor. But knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring. Why am I here? I'm sure I was at the dam site. That's what I want to know. What happened? When I got there, Keiji-kun was already passed out. That's why I'm the one who wants to know. I was attacked by two weirdos. As I talked about it, I finally remembered what happened right before I passed out. Recalling that memory, and that terror that went along with it, caused the fogginess around my head to clear right up. Ugh. No, that's still going. I see that I got a follow. Thank you for the follow. Lee Chiefly? Hopefully I said that right. Let's forget about those two for now. Welcome to getting very sleepy, reading of Higurashi, hopefully the final chapter. I didn't expect Rana to be nursing me. I thought Rana was trying to kill me. She would have the perfect chance while I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, she nursed me back to health. Amazing you could drag me all the way back here. Wasn't I heavy? Looking at Rena's delicate frame, it was hard to believe that she had not only gotten me back home, but even dragged me all the way up to the second floor. Did she have some help? Don't you remember, Keiichi-kun? Rena appeared a bit surprised, but still keeping her smile. I only propped you up on my shoulder. You said you could walk on your own and that you were fine. Don't remember? I don't remember. My memory was fuzzy after the point where I lost consciousness. What about those two? Huh? When you got there, Rena, the ones with me, or rather, those two guys? There wasn't anyone. She said it bluntly. The way she stated it felt slightly unpleasant. I was just too timid at the time. I might have been able to force some answers out of Rena. But if I did that, then the kind Rena might transform into the scary Rena who I didn't know. Fearing that, I didn't press any further. Think about it. It was the obvious choice. Both those men were there. I didn't think Rena would have stood a chance. I couldn't find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here after those two had already gone. Rena was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly. Yet, I felt as if I was hallucinating when I saw something akin to a shadow slowly creeping across her face. That small omen sent shivers down my spine. While Rena was still Rena, I needed to make contact. I needed to contact Oishi-san. Rena stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said it would aggravate my wounds, so I should sleep. I'd like to go to the bathroom, though. Sorry. Rena couldn't say anything else. While Rena stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs and got the phone receiver in the living room. When I approached the front door, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Must have been the doctor Rena had called. Strange for a patient to welcome in the doctor who was making a house call, but it would be incredibly reassuring to have him here at the considerable time it would take Oishi-san to get here. I carelessly opened the door, in that simple assumption, and regretted it almost instantly. Mion? Oh, you look just fine. I heard you collapsed, so we came in to check on you. How did you know I collapsed? I heard it from Rena over the phone. Do I need any other reason than that? I understood why she called the doctor. But why Mion too? Was Rena descending the stairs behind me? Rena was descending the stairs behind me. Rena doesn't Kei-chan look pretty alright? She made me worry for nothing. That's true. Maybe I worried for nothing as well. They both began laughing. It appeared to be cheerful laughter, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a darkness looming over them. Whoa. What's up with the shoe rack? How did it get like this? Shoe rack I'd smashed into pieces had been like this since yesterday. I fell, you see, and the bat I was holding at the time slammed into it. That's what happens when you swing around something you're not used to handling. I kept the fact that it was none of her business to myself. But leaving it like this won't really startle your parents, won't it? When they get home. I'll fix it up for you later. Now, come on, Kei-chan. The terminally ill need their rest. Come back to bed. Back to bed. Both of them urged me up the stairs. I had no chance to call Oishi-san. I was pushed into my bed. As it was the first time Mion had been in my room, she began searching around it intently. She fiddled around my room and was scolded by Rena. You can imagine how it went. It was uncomfortable having my room poked around in. But the conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. During that innocent conversation, Mion said something as though it was perfectly ordinary. Rena, did you call the manager? Yep, right after I called Michan. Said he'd be right over. Manager? That out-of-place word gave me a bad feeling. Rena called a doctor, then called Mion. After that, she called a manager? Who is this manager? Yeah. Rena and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt slightly odd. What are you two talking about? Who is this manager? Didn't you know, Kei-chan? You mean the manager when we say manager. The director of a movie. Or like a foreman of a construction site. I dug through all my memories of a manager who might have had business with me. Well, only one thing came to mind. What Rena had just said. Construction site foreman. Very first victim of the first incident of the dismemberment of the dam construction site. The foreman? But that was strange. He was supposed to be dead. There's no way they could call him. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. What does the manager have to do with me? He said you were coming. Did you mean to my house? Or he was coming. I asked one obvious question after another. But all the two of them did was smile coolly at each other. There's a huge difference between how the two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Slowly, I felt discomfort and panic welling up inside me. I couldn't understand what Rena and Mion were talking about. Kei-chan, you've gotten into baseball lately, haven't you? Pretty sure the manager will be happy to hear that. So who's the manager? Ha ha ha! The manager is the manager! So who's the manager? Ha 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 ha! Rena and Mion looked at each other and laughed haughtily. The disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. Ha 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 ha! That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly. Oh yeah, we should finish up before the manager comes. You remember, don't you, Kei-chan? Her face was laughing, but Mion's eyes told me a different story. Remember what? Keiichi-kun. Had he forgotten, I wonder? About the penalty? About the penalty? Did you really forget? The homework with the mochi? The homework where you were supposed to guess which one Rena made? You forgot about that homework, didn't you? I certainly did have homework. But I had thrown away the rest of the mochi after I found the sewing needle. So I wasn't able to answer which one Rena made. The penalty for that? Why now? No doubt my question was written all over my face. No answer to my question. Their answer to my question was that dry laughter. I could no longer make heads or tails of anything. I began to think that this entire day was somehow insane. Strange. Incomprehensible. Being chased by Rena. Attacked by strange men. The penalty Rena and Mion were talking about. What were those two laughing at? It didn't take that long for me to realize I had been dragged into an abnormal situation. Who were these two? Who were these people? Who were these doppelgangers of Rena and Mion? Ren had gotten behind me at some point. I was she pinning my arms behind my back. What are you doing? Don't move. This is your penalty. Ha 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 ha. My body was already very sluggish, and Rena pinned my arms and made it that much harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even budge. My panic began to well up as I realized what was well beyond the realm of a joke and pleasantries. Its freakish, monstrous strength would have been impossible for the Rena that I knew. Then, these thin, frail arms grasped me firmly. Whose arms were they? Hey, Chan, no struggling. Club rules. There are no exceptions. You can't fight against the penalty. Mion, no, that thing that looked like Mion, spoke to me like Mion, would speak to me. But I was certain that this was not Mion. Someone who wasn't Mion. Someone who was just pretending to be Mion. That's another arc. Hee. Need to finish this up before the manager comes. Mion fished into her pocket and pulled out something bizarre. I could tell what it was just by looking at such a thing to be in her pocket. My mind wouldn't accept it. What is that? It was a small syringe. It was a small, clear syringe, like what a doctor would use when you went to him when you were sick. And it held me even tighter. And I could hear the clattering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter blaring in my ears. Eerie laughter. It wasn't something the Rena I knew could ever pronounce from her own throat. This thing that was pretending to be Rena, was this their real laugh? Unable to defend myself, the syringe man was holding Drew closer. And that needle tip was waving in front of my face countless times. Thank you. And also, feel free to mute me if you don't like needles. Don't worry. It won't hurt. What are you planning on doing? Thank you. What kind of sick joke is this? What are you saying, Kei-chan? You know exactly what's going on, don't you? About what? I don't understand any of this at all. I know you know. No use playing the fool this late in the game. Stop talking nonsense and trying to confuse me. You're going to have done what happened to Tomitake-san. What? Same as Tomitake-san? Didn't really understand what she meant. What did that have to do with the syringe? Playing dumb, Keiichi-kun. You should have realized it by now. And I whispered in my ear, laughing as if to admonish me. But even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb? Me? About what? What do you mean, the same as Tomitake-san? Everyone thought at first that it was a kind of hit and run. Except for the officer that got close to check if he was still alive. Noticed it wasn't a normal situation. And we're getting to the gore again, so again, feel free to mute me. His throat was scratched out. From a knife or something? No. Nails. Nails? Nails as in fingernails? Those forged through? That's right. Tomitake-san had clawed out his own throat with his own nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then, for that to happen... We thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of the nature was detected. That's right. The police didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's system. The police told me they didn't find any drug in Tomitake-san's body. Two of them laughed together in that sickening laughter. Of course they'd laugh. To assume such medicine didn't exist just because the police didn't know about it was completely foolish. Meaning, the drug that caused Tomitake-san to die in such a bizarre manner did exist. Thank you. If Mion injected this into me, then this would probably be all the proof that I would need. would basically mean I'd end up the same as Tomitake-san. I'm hysterical, scratching at my own throat in my last moments, and then die. Such an outrageous drug to exist. For me and to be holding it. And that it was about to be injected, and that I was about to be injected with it. That moment, I didn't feel there was any need whatsoever to question it. Kind of idiot. When he's trying to dodge a ball, flying straight at his face, it's time to think of a reason as to why it's flying at him. Just give up. Alright then. Mion's actions lacked any gravitas that made it even more terrifying. There was none of the ceremony like when someone was sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all, as if she were brushing her teeth. Mion reached out with her hand and grabbed onto my chest. Felt like electricity had run through the back of my head. The entire world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast? Or did someone hit me in the back of the head? Having lost my sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. Ugh, okay. I squatted down for a bit. When I came back to my senses, my entire room had changed drastically. The numbness in my head was gone. Thank you, soul. And slowly, I could tell blood was flowing into my extremities again. How long had I been squatting here? How many minutes? Or had it been hours? It was almost as if the hands of the clock had stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed. That's how little time had passed. Really? The air in the room wasn't filled with that madness from before. Only a dull silence. Rena wasn't there pinning my arms, and Mia wasn't there trying to inject me with a needle. No way. Could it be? All of it? Was a hallucination? No other presence in the room besides my own. It was the weirdest experience I've had. Certainly, with Rena and Mion. Doubted my sanity for a moment, but I also was also seized with some sort of comfort. I guess this terrible ordeal was a hallucination. Neither Rena nor Mion, they would never do something so terrible. My head grew hot. All my emotions were welling up. Why? That wasn't a reason to cry. Why? It was sorrow. Why was I sad? I don't understand. I don't understand. And to everyone, not discriminating against age or gender. Mion. That Mion was sprawled by the window in an unnatural pose. Blood stained her deep red from her head down to her chest. Bright crimson smeared on the walls. That splattered undoubtedly had come from Mion. She always had a bright smile and was kind to me from the day I transferred. Rena. That same Rena was slumped at my feet, was making the same pool of blood as Mion. I couldn't comprehend what had happened. Did someone come to save me? They beat those two down. With this metal bat? I finally noticed the weight in my right hand. How long had it been there? It was Satoshi's metal bat. It was covered in a deep red. There was no doubt that this was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. And I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in the house. Yeah, this objectively, I couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have done it. I did this? That's right. Kichimarabara. Of course I did it. I told myself gently as if coaxing myself. Hey, me? There's no reason for you to remember it, nor is there a need to regret it. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you? But the blood, there's so much. Neither Rena nor Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just a split forehead and a trickle of blood, nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red that told me that it didn't end with just two or three strikes. Were they dead? Both of them? The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface, I was panicking and agitated. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. What happened to your usual calm self? Come on now. Do like you always do. Throw your head back and take a deep breath. Come on. 1, twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. Calm down. Chanted that over and over in my head and relaxed. Color came back to my vision, and smells returned to the air. At the same time, I remembered what happened when I blacked out. Rena and Mion had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tomitake-san. But right before that happened, I fought back. Twisted my whole body and threw Rena as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with the spin and ran my foot as hard as I could into Mion's torso. It was soft. Rena tried jumping on me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. I didn't let that brief moment of having them off balance slip by. Satoshi's bat was left carelessly by the side of my desk. Whip! At that moment, everything went pitch black. There's nothing recorded past this point in the videotape of my mind. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just the other me inside myself had told me not to look, and I turned off the TV. Just because the screen had gone black and I couldn't see it didn't mean that the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. So, remember the beginning of the game? The very beginning? How it opened? TV was just off. The video was still playing. Tape within me, creaking along, still playing. On the other end of that pitch black screen, that horrifying video was still playing. Compared to this, though, the scene right before my eyes was still so difficult to take in. There was blood spattered everywhere on the walls, the two of them in unnatural poses. Not a sign of movement from them. Couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No matter what their circumstances were, my friends, these girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them. If I hadn't done this, I would have been the one done for. Balancing that out on an imaginary scale, it felt odd that I even felt bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, this was justifiable self-defense. Proof was all here. Two of them collapsed. Here, and Mion's syringe. Mion's syringe filled with some unknown drug would certainly solve the mystery surrounding the incident with Tomitake-san. And from the fact that both of these two were involved, they'd be able to pick out other crimes one after another. Still, I might be suspected for this. But that was just fine. Anyway, now it should be a police affair. This would fade into the darkness, like Reina's past incidences. As long as the police were involved, that should bring this to a close. They'll probably revisit their investigation on the chain of incidents. Sin would definitely get to the bottom of it. Meaning my wish. Not wanting to die. Wanting to know the truth that would be fulfilled in its most basic form. It's a matter of time now. Dr. Rena called should be getting here soon. I'll confess everything to him. I needed to contact Oishi-san. At that moment, I remembered. Says the doctor, a manager had been called. It was easy to imagine that there was someone deeply involved in the incidences, judging from Rena and Mion's conversations. The ache in my chest, caused by the gruesome deed I'd done, dissipated rapidly. It was not over yet. This place was no longer safe. Stay calm, Keiichi Marabara. It's not over yet. I need to live long enough to tell the police about this incident. At that moment, I felt like I heard someone's voice from outside. As people were speaking, it must mean there was more than one person. I moved out the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me. At the dam site today. Okay. Those 2 might even be among them. There was one person wearing a white coat, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me he was in disguise, only posing as a doctor. The guy would probably ring a bell to get me to open the front door. Pretend to be a doctor to get me open the door, then the rest of them would all rush in at once. That moment I saw a car parked beside the men, and my heart nearly skipped a beat. White van. I'm mistaking it. The van, the one that had tried to run me down. The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched him. I probably couldn't pretend that I wasn't home. Undoubtedly, they could break the window and enter. I needed to get out of here somehow. Use the public phone to contact Oishi-san. Meet up somewhere. First of all, I needed a weapon. Shoes. But before any of that, there was one thing I had to do. No intention of dying. Live and reveal the truth about this nonsensical curse of Yashiro-sama. But what would happen from here on, regardless of how determined I was, would bring about my own demise. And that was why. There was one thing more important than getting out of here right now. I needed to get the clock out quickly and take down the note hidden behind it. Damn it. Tape was sticking to it fast. It'd be fine if it was torn a little. I opened up the slightly torn note and began writing another passage with a ballpoint pen. If I wasn't able to inform Oishi-san, the only thing I could do was rely on this note. Never thought a piece of torn college-ruled notebook paper could be this reliable before. I had no time. I'd only write what I knew now. I needed to leave some sort of information that would lead them to uncover the truth. Rena and me are conspirators for the perpetrators. This was an undoubtable fact. I still didn't want to believe it, but it was fact. Anyway, I'd leave all this information that would help them leading to find the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This was everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. Also, there was an unidentified person known as the manager. To begin with, the term manager doesn't even mesh with Hinamizawa at all. If they were going to include managers from the past incidents, then the only one with the construction foreman, the victim of the first murder, then the only one is the construction foreman, the victim of the first murder. First victim in the chain of incidents. Killed in a lynching and having his body divided into 6 pieces. His right arm was never discovered. Police should have confirmed that death. But Rena and Mian did call him manager. They said manager. They wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. The police would never have convinced someone that the deceased could be involved. Could also be some sort of oversight? I don't know. But even if I did know, it could be a big hint for Oishi-san. That's right. They needed to start fresh from the first incident. It wasn't just a simple dismemberment, but the start of a string of mysterious deaths that would follow soon. So then, there must be something hidden there. Please reinvestigate the victim of the dismemberment incident. He's alive. His death should have been established after an autopsy. Logically, you would think as much. But was that really the case? Could it have been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police with? Shouldn't jump to conclusions. But he may still be alive. I had no time to ponder that right now. Oh yeah, there's something even more important I need to write. Tomotake's death was from an unknown drug. That's right. That drug was an irreplaceable piece of evidence. No doubt, just by having this, everything would be uncovered. I couldn't leave this vital clue lying on the floor. The syringe is proof. Writing that down, I stuck the syringe under the back of the clock with plenty of tape, so it absolutely would not slip out and fall onto the floor. Firmly. The bell rang. They were here. I couldn't write anymore. But even still, there was one last thing I had to write. I have no idea why it has become like this. Maybe the closest thing to the truth out of everything I wrote on this note. If you are reading this, then I am probably already dead. You may or may not find my body. I was going to write down everything that could happen, either dying from the curse or being demoned away. You who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That's my only desire. With that, my last will and testament was complete. I wasn't certain that I was going to die, but it was my final plea, just in case. I folded the note and stuck it back to the back of the clock and returned the clock to its usual spot. Couldn't help but pray. Oishi-san, if something happens to me, I leave the rest to you. After that, I gazed down silently at Reina and Mion. That was probably the last time we'd ever see each other. Reina, Mion, I really had thought all of us were friends. But why did it end up like this? I never had any fun in my previous school. I'm only worried about standardized test scores and about if the school I hope to get into. Yeah, let's see how much water I have left. This is why we do ice. Alright. Okay. Thank you for it. Everything. Ugh. We've got to be close to done. Because this is about where the 4th episode of the anime ends. I really wanted to go. You are just full of compliments today. It was a dull life. The people I called my friends were also my rivals in studying, in competitions, in personal records, and standardized test scores. Everyone here taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. Be that as it may. One, that's incredibly sweet of you, but also... it's too late to be flustered. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping from my face. Uncontrollable. Tears. I should have no obligation to shed tears for them. They wouldn't stop. Even if they were after my life. Even if they were trying to kill me. Everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. Would it be those happy days were all a facade as well? Is it all a trap? Meticulously orchestrated up until today to ensnare me? Could have been that was just an arbitrary assumption that they were my friends. That couldn't have been the case. With Reina and Mion, they really were my friends. Those happy days, there was nothing fake or unclear about them. Someone probably forced them to try to kill me. or their minds were taken over, possessed by the supernatural entity known as Oyashiro-sama. Regardless, both Rena and Mion, they were the best friends ever. And when they were coming after me, it wasn't of their own volition. Wait, they weren't the kind of people to sell off their friends regardless of whether or not they were forced. There's no way such a thing like being possessed by Oyashiro-sama could have happened in reality. Then, did the real Rena and Mion come after me? What was I thinking? A silly, dumb idea? Having beaten down both Rena and Mion, I was still debating if there was the real ones or fakes. There's no real or fake, only the reality that was before me. Rena and Mion were sprawled out at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my own benefit, that I'd beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it, it wouldn't change reality. Rena and Mion were both dead. Felt like there was a crack in the dam at strange emotions I was holding back. Felt like my calm state was nothing more than a bluff. Was nothing more than a bluff, and had receded, and in that opening, instantly, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. I killed them. Rena and Mion. I killed them. Doorbell rang again. The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. I don't have a moment to spare. Quickly, I needed to get away. Didn't want to die. I would uncover everything after that. That identity of whoever it was that pushed me this far. Though I had to drink mud and eat grass. I would survive. I would survive. I would definitely survive. Who thinks he's gonna survive? I killed Rena for that reason. I also killed Mion. I went that far just to keep living. So I can't die. For my sake, and for the sake of the late Rena and Mion, I have to survive. I ran towards the door and grabbed my shoes. The doorbell rang again as it urged me on. Behind this strange, solitary door, single, solitary door, they were there. Keeping quiet, I headed towards the kitchen. Headed down towards the back door. Before the opening the back door, I put my ear to it and checked for the people outside. No one? When I put on my shoes, I opened the door slowly, so as not to make a sound. There he is, the back door. Piercing voice echoed out. The voice stabbed me through, setting my hair on end. I had to run. Get out of here, Keiichi. One after another, I felt stuff like rationale and intelligence and those things you use when you have time to spare spill out of me. Didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms and forehead. My autonomously pulsing heart also felt neither fatigue nor pain. My entire being just wished to live. There was nothing else to be desired. Probably had no complaints whatsoever. Of course, it wouldn't feel fatigue. Just ran. Just recklessly rushing in the direction I was already heading. Even if nobody was chasing after me, I was still running like this. It wasn't a thought in my mind about where I was headed. Turning around, I felt the presence right next to me. That presence was, without a doubt, chasing me like my shadow. If I took even one more step, I would be devoured. That's what I thought. So I didn't turn around. I didn't stop. I ran at full speed. Quack, 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. Trying to tell me something. I finally heard it. Wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Would I be joining them? Only the Higurashi knew. He knew everything. He definitely knew. So I ran towards where I could hear more of the Higurashi's chirps. The farther I ran, the farther away their chirping became. Couldn't get near them. Why are you all running away? Is it my fault? Was I the one to blame? Then I'll apologize. I'm sorry. 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 Brain gremlins. That was that I felt that only the Higurashi knew. Okay, let's just say. Actually, no, we're still going. They actually haven't had a chapter break. The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. This rest of smoke filter gave. Yeah, actually, no. I am gonna save real quick just so we can have a sense of where we are. So, because it's meh. In doing it live, smokers have to be shoved so far down the corridor when the sun didn't even reach. I recalled hearing that the tax revenue from tobacco to latex members of this is probably Oishi. But options. Learn of the staring contest with the Mahang met next turn. You're still in Tempeh if you you're betting on it. Kuma-chan, look at the pond. Okay, so Mahang. Why would you reduce your own options? By the way, that was beautiful. That's actually why I have the Benny Hill theme. Hi Bill, how was your stream? Yeah, I'm very sleepy, but still going. We have to be close to we have to be close to the end of the story. I have been going. Yeah, I have been going for many hours. But dang it, we're gonna finish. Yes, I had to. Because lovely people were coming in. And it was just like, what can I think of to be like, look at all these wonderful, silly people that could be coming in. But yes, hi Raiders, I'm Gin. I'm a variety streamer, and right now we're trying to finish up Higurashi Onikakushi after many hours of me reading. Yes, this is probably the longest stream I have done to this date. Because I was like, oh, yeah, I'm just a couple chapters from the end. I can just finish. They're long chapters, y'all. Are you here, Oishi-san? You have a call from a civilian. Well, ain't that something? Well, see you soon. Why can't you call Ron on it? Hold on for a second, Oishi-san. The man sitting at the seat Oishi-san was heading towards waved at the telephone receiver. Outside line. From a payphone. Oh, I thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Oishi. Who is it? Oishi-san? Hello? Isn't Mayabara-san? Why, good evening. In the tone of Mayabara-kun's voice, I already knew he was in a predicament. This was the first time Mayabara-kun had phoned me, and he was calling from a payphone. Please calm down. Did something happen? Well, his voice was erratic over the line. He had completely lost his sense of composure. After checking that nobody else could hear, I prompted him in a hushed tone. What happened? I... Calm down, Mayabara-san. I can have the local officers head to your location. I'll be there soon, too. I think that's... impossible. His voice was quivering and hoarse. He wasn't surrounded by people. even as he was making this call, was he? Maibara-san, you're calling from the payphone right now, right? Where's the payphone? There was no other sound besides Maibara-kun's voice. It had to be a phone booth. I scratched out a note and thrust it at my colleague sitting across from me. Namazawa phone booth. He understood quickly and hastily started on the internal lines. Calm down, Maibara-san. What is your current situation? It usually wasn't a good idea to tell someone panicking to do so, but this was an unusual case. Maibara-kun didn't just get into trouble, get away, and then call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous right now. But yelling at Maibara-kun right now would just needlessly cause him to be even more frantic. Maibara-kun wasn't just calling to seek help. He was trying to tell us something more than that. Whatever that was. Didn't get from this call. Would certainly never be another chance. My colleague pushed the note in front of me. There's only one booth in Hinamizawa. A patrol car is on its way. 5 minutes. It's too long. How many officers are in there? 2. Not enough. If it was what I had imagined, there was likely quite a few people surrounding Maibara-kun. 5 minutes was too long. Did you call the officer stationed at Hinamizawa? He's scheduled to be on patrol. They're currently out, and it's impossible to contact them. Goddamn. Kuma-chan, bring the car around. Understood. Hello? Oishi-san? Cough, cough. Hello? It's alright. I can hear you loud and clear. There's something wrong with Maibara-kun. That wasn't normal coughing sound. Vomiting? Or was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured? Maibara-san, the police are on their way. They'll be there in a couple of minutes, so hold on somehow. Hello? Can you hear me? Maibara-san? I could hear on the other end of the line that he was having a coughing fit. Worst possible situation popped into my head. Maibara-san? Who's the culprit? How many are there? I thought at first the culprit was human. I couldn't tell if that was a cough or vomiting. Are you alright, Maibara-san? I thought that the culprit was a person, and not a Yoshihiro-sama's curse. Until right now. But I guess in the end... Heck. It was an intense bout of coughing. And vomiting. But I guess the Yoshihiro-sama does exist. No, he's... here. Maibara-san, please just calm down. I'd been thinking it was strange for a while now. It's been following me this whole time. Run, and I run, and I run, and run. But it just sticks to me like my shadow. Slowly, so slowly. It's digging itself into my back. Maibara-san? Are they right now, perhaps, right behind you? Behind me. Right behind me. Please, Maibara-san. I can tell you're scared. Please. Who is it? Who is it that's right behind you? Kagome, Kagome. I mean, what? I can't just look behind me. If I do, I understand that you're scared. But please tell me. You just need to turn around a bit. Who is it? Who is behind you, Maibara-san? After I said that, I could hear him vomiting intensely. What followed was a nightmarish sound. Maibara-san, it could be that you're clawing out your own throat. Again, content warning. There was no answer, but I could hear something like scratching. There was a bang, as if something was being hit. Maibara-kun had probably dropped the receiver. I could hear groaning and vomiting over the other end, and a repeating abnormal noise. Hello? Hello? Maibara-san? Hello? I knew how far away my voice would sound on the other end. I couldn't help but shout. That moment I heard whispering coming from the other end. Couldn't tell what he was saying. The way he was saying it, he was talking to himself. Or was he talking to someone there? Hello? Mayabar-san? Rather than whispering, it was some kind of mantra he was chanting over and over. I focused my senses trying to pick up on what he was saying. What was he repeating? What exactly? Beep. Suddenly the line went dead. Did he use up his time? It was because of that payphone. It was because it was cut out so abruptly. The last thing he said came out so clearly in my mind. Oishi-san, the car is good to go. Oishi-san? It was, I'm sorry. Oishi-san? That's what he was repeating over and over. Said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling. There was no longer a need to hurry. Hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling out from the open window. Quick. I should have been able to hear them this entire time. Just wasn't paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? Quick. Were they trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. That's how it felt. Or how I felt. July 1983. In Hinanomazawa, a remote village known as there was a murder involving 2 female students. The suspect is Keiichi Maribara, age teen. Suspect called over his 2 female classmates. Ran Ryugu and Mian Sonozaki to his house and beat them to death with a metal bat. The scene of the crime was the suspect's room on the 2nd floor of his house. The inside of the room was covered with a significant quantity of battered blood, and there were signs of a visual struggle with the victim. In addition to the scene of the crime, the entryway of the living room, the kitchen all had traces of a struggle. At the entryway, the shoe rack, which had been evidence of being impacted by a strong blunt force, believed to have been the same bat as the murder weapon. Having no traces of blood on it, the believed destruction occurred before the murders. There's the possibility that the suspect overpowered the victims to keep them from fleeing. In the living room, the rug had been pulled back, then thrown aside. Hard to believe that this was a connection to the struggle of the victims, thus the reason for this remains unknown. In the kitchen, the garbage was being torn apart and contents were spread out on the floor. Garbage was strewn about the surrounding area, and handprints believed to belong to the suspect were discovered. The suspect had some reason to take out the garbage and struck it with his fist. Reason remains unknown. Note stuck to the fridge with the words, "Was there a needle?" were written on it. The meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case the garbage was searched and there was no evidence of a needle, I think. The garage door was functional and had been left open. Since the suspect moved in, the garage door was found closed. The suspect's fingerprints were discovered on the garage door. I see what you did there! The reason behind this remains unknown. The suspect fled the scene of the crime. However, a patrolling officer found the suspect collapsed inside a phone booth. At the time of discovery, the suspect was unconscious in critical condition. He was rushed to the local hospital for treatment, but did not regain consciousness and died 24 hours later. The results of this autopsy indicated immediate cause of death to have been hypovolemic shock. It was determined that the suspect had clawed his own throat with his fingernails, and the resulting bleeding caused his death. The similarity of the death of Tomitake-san the prior week, the police believed there had been a connection to the open investigation. However, due to the wish of the local authorities, it will be a confidential investigation. Due to the abnormal nature of the death, it was suspected that drugs were involved, but with Tomitake-san, no traces were discovered. What prompted all this remains inexplicable. As such, this case is being treated as an act committed on impulse. However, several instances of hard behavior leading up to the incident. Whatever. Separated from his group of friends. Isolation, inexplicable behavior. Several days before the incident, the suspect began carrying around a metal bat. The suspect was observed displaying aggression behavior, as well as talking to himself at school. His classmates have actually heard portions of what he was saying. 2 days before the incident, the suspect declared to his parents the possibility of his death. Due to those circumstances, the police began investigating the possibility of this crime was not committed on impulse, but was instead planned several days in advance. Afterwards, a note was found in the suspect's room that he had written himself. The note was written in 2 sheets of the college ruled notebook paper had been torn in half. As if trying to conceal it, was hidden behind the clock on the wall. Contents are written in the appendix. Police believe it is wrongly related to the incident. Police changed their line of investigation with the possibility that the stuff was some incident himself. However, no further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. Was crime impulsive or premeditated? So, situation unclear. No further developments. The case has been labeled as unresolved. However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on 2 halves of the paper, but from 2 separate sheets. It was originally a single sheet of B5 paper. In order to erase several lines from the middle, someone had torn them out. Judging from the size of the letter, the missing section was estimated to be 2 to 3 lines. It's highly probable that the person who eliminated the lines in question was not the suspect. In addition, judging from the traces of large quantity of cellophane tape stuck behind the back of the clock, something other than the note was stuck there has arisen. The person who first discovered the crime was a detective rumored to have a connection with the incident. Like he went under voluntary questioning, but denies any involvement in damaging the note. The suspect's note. I, Keiichi Marubara, am in fear for my life. I do not want to know why they are after my life. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. And on me and our conspirators of the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This is all that first sheet. Everything below this has been ripped out. It's from the second sheet. Everything above this has been ripped out. I have no idea why I have become like this. If you're reading this, then I am probably already dead. The only other difference is the presence or lack of a body. You who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. Keiichi Maibara. Did it! It only took like 7 hours, but we did it! We're not doing the review session. I'll do that on my own. Holy crap, that was a lot longer than I expected. But did it! Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm gonna see if anybody else is actively going. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around for so long. Wow. Seriously. Thank you. I know some of you have been here since the beginning. What even? Oh my goodness. I am going to bed. But first, let me see if I can send you all off to somebody else. So, we'll pop over to the ending screen real quick. Yeah, no, it is bedtime. Yeah, seriously, thank you all for coming. I thought it would take a little bit less time than this to finish, but that's the first arc. And if people would like, I do plan on maybe doing the other arcs. But that'll wait a bit, because I want to finish something else before I Oh, thank you. Yeah, I want to finish like Disc Creatures or something before I hop back into Higurashi or Ace Attorney. Well, Ace Attorney I need to finish too. But yeah, let's see. Who's still going? Oh no, I'm gonna yawn. I'm sorry. All right. Thank you. Truly. Okay, let's see. Let's see who might be going. Anybody? Oh, okay. Quite a few people are going. Let's see. You know, I want to do Abby. So we're gonna do. Well, thank you all for joining me. It was a lot, but I enjoyed it because I actually finished it. There, that's what we'll do for a raid message. All right, gonna send you all off now. Thank you so much. I'm going to bed.